Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump claims a suspect linked to the Charlie Kirk shooting is being held in custody. Qatar's Prime Minister heads to the White House days after Israel's strike in Doha. And Prince Harry makes a surprise visit to Ukraine as he promises to do everything possible to help injured military personnel. Now, President Donald Trump says they have a suspect in custody over the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's thought that someone close to the suspect turned him into authorities. It comes as the FBI released a new video of the gunman leaving the scene where the 31-year-old right-winged influencer was shot during an appearance at Utah University. Here's what President Donald Trump has had to say.
High degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job.
A pastor was able to turn him in, or they got the family of the shooter to turn them in?
Well, it was a minister, and the minister went to a minister who's involved with law enforcement, by the way.
What's going to happen to this guy?
Well, I hope he's going to be found guilty, I would imagine, and I hope he gets the death penalty. What he did, Charlie Kirk was the finest person. He didn't deserve this.
Let's bring in former Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI, Danny Coulson. Danny, an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. So we've just heard there from President Donald Trump. He's said someone close to the suspect turned him in. Does it sound like they've got the guy who did it? And could it be third time lucky?
No, I don't think it's lucky at all. It's great work. The FBI, the state of Utah, local law enforcement, the public, the family, all put it together. It's not luck. It's only luck that he stayed out as long as he did. This is what the FBI does. They're the best in the world at handling these kind of cases. This is what I did for a living. I did the Oklahoma bombing. This is what we do. And it's not luck. It's work. It's training. It's perseverance and determination. And so I'm very proud of the FBI. I wasn't real proud of them for the last few years because of some of the things they were doing, but I'm really proud of them now.
FBI Director Kash Patel told his followers on X that a suspect had been caught when, in fact, they were still at large. We are due to hear from Patel shortly. What happens now if police are sure he is the right person they are looking for in connection to the Charlie Kirk case?
A great question. First of all, they'll see if they'll be interviewed. In our country, you don't have to be interviewed. You can invoke and say you want a lawyer and stop the interview. But he may well talk about it. This guy is an inadequate personality. And he's a loser, and he wants to express his views, and he may well talk. What happens next is he'll be arraigned. You'll take it to a federal magistrate, or maybe a state magistrate, or maybe both, and they will bring charges against him, and then a federal indictment will ensue, and we'll take him to trial, and then we will convict him under our Constitution. And hopefully we will execute him under our Constitution.
So, Danny, it's really interesting you brought that up because in that clip we heard from Donald Trump, he says he hopes Charlie Kirk's killer does get the death penalty. Could this view be a little bit premature?
No, I mean, we can hope. I mean, we have a process and we follow our process no matter what we personally think. We follow the process and the Constitution that governs our country and says how we're supposed to behave and how we're supposed to work. We'll go through that process. And I arrested Timothy McVeigh. He bombed Oklahoma, and he got the death penalty, and I was very glad for it.
And we're just getting some other lines through. The suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting is a 22-year-old Utah man. That's according to the New York Post, which is reporting that. And it's citing law enforcement. Danny, do you believe this was a professional job? And could the suspect be part of a wider network, possibly, do you think?
No, ma'am. I think it's a one-man band. It wasn't professional at all. I think he missed the shot. He had a very average sporting rifle that has a magnifying scope on it, and it was an easy shot, and he almost missed that. And if he was a professional, we wouldn't know who he is. I was a sniper for the FBI, and I know snipers, tradecraft. I know how to do it. And if he was very good at it, we wouldn't have any idea who he is. He did a terrible job. It was like amateur night out. I was on TV last night with another FBI agent, and he made the comment, he made every mistake in the book. So he wasn't very professional. He was motivated to do it, but he was not very professional. And plus we caught him. How good can he be?
And we have seen footage of security personnel making certain hand gestures before Charlie Kirk was shot.
I saw that.
A lot of that has gone viral on social media. What can you tell me about this footage? And do you believe it shows that the sniper had been spotted? And if so, why didn't anyone respond? What's your take on this viral footage that's going around?
Okay, now, I do a lot of personal security work. I do presidents. I do presidents of our country and other countries. And you always place a security guy next to the subject. I'm sure the principal, in this case, Charlie Kirk. And he may have spotted somebody in the crowd that he was suspicious of. And I'm guessing here, but I think I'm right. He could very well have been sending signals to somebody in the crowd that there was a suspicious person, or he may have been signaling it's time to get out of here. I don't think there was any collusion. I don't think there was anything sinister going on. First of all, the shooter didn't need it. He had a vantage point. He could see Charlie. And it was something that would be completely unnecessary. And I think it was just an administrative thing that they were doing. And it looks like baseball signals in my country, frankly. And that's the way I looked at it. And I don't think it's anything sinister at all.
And Danny, I just want to talk to you a little bit. We saw an attempted assassination on Donald Trump's life. Now we have seen the loss of Charlie Kirk. How concerning is this in America at the moment? And what should be done going forward?
It's terrifying. Remember, Donald Trump had 2 attempts. He had 2 attempts to kill him by sniper fire, and the Secret Service stopped it. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a psychologist, but I know that we need security on people like them, and the security needs to be very good. Security needs to be done close in and far out. I live in a violent country. It's very violent here. I'm concerned that when my wife goes to the grocery store or the gas station, I'm concerned about that, and we need to be vigilant. We have a saying in our country, the police are minutes away, but seconds matter. And those seconds depend on what you do. And it's kind of up to us right now. Remember, we had an invasion of millions of illegal aliens here, and that's another problem we have. We're dealing with that. I hope you guys never do. And so it's kind of on us to be careful, be secure in our homes. And when we go to shop or when we go to school, we need to think about the dangers we face.
And Danny, one final question to you. President Donald Trump's security now, will we see that be stepped up?
Well, I think it has been stepped up a lot. After 2 attempts on his life where he frankly had inadequate security, and they did a terrible job, only by the grace of the fact that the shooter was inept. Is he alive today? He missed a shot, and we're going to be, thank God for that. I think it's stepped up quite a bit. I think they have a new leadership at the Secret Service department. I'm a big fan of the Secret Service. I think they're the best in the world. My business partner for many years was a Secret Service agent, and I think they're really good. But they have to have resources, they have to have training, and they have to have commitment.
Danny Coulson, former Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI in Texas, thank you for your time and your insights. Now, Qatar's Prime Minister is visiting the White House today, just days after Israel's strikes on Hamas officials in Doha drew global condemnation. Sheikh Mohammed bin Al Thani will speak with President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and other senior U.S. officials, with talks expected to focus on Gaza and regional tensions. The visit comes as Washington balances its alliance with both Israel and Qatar, a key mediator in ceasefire efforts. I'm now joined by Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates. Dr. Ellie, thank you so much for joining us. So the US is an ally of both Qatar and Israel. How vital is today's meeting for smoothing over relations after Israel's attack on Doha just on Tuesday earlier this week?
It is a very important and very crucial meeting to mend what's been broken between the two countries. We have to remember the background of Qatar, and Qatar being not only a mediator and a neutral country in certain conflicts, but also an advanced ally of the US to communicate and to deal and to negotiate with different entities, including the Taliban, including Hamas currently, and many others under the table and in public. So Qatar has played a very, very active role in supporting US interests and US policies in the region. And now, once again, we see Netanyahu creating a lot of trouble, not for the US only, but for President Trump specifically, by hitting one of their key interests and one of their key allies in the region. So I think there's a lot of embarrassment in the situation. Regardless if the US had given a green light or not, there's certainly a certain embarrassment and something that has been broken that needs to be mended.
And let's just pick up a little bit more on that, Dr. Ellie, because in an interview with CNN, Qatar's Prime Minister said Israel's attack in Doha was state terror and killed any hope for hostages remaining in Gaza. Qatar says it's preparing a regional response. What could this regional response look like?
I think the whole region is now, like the rest of the world, potentially fed up with Netanyahu and his careless actions and his continuous opening of new conflicts without any vision of the day after, without any political aims of these wars, simply fighting on so many fronts. I think the region altogether, but the Gulf more specifically, will move together to a clear stand on what's happening in Gaza, on the Palestinian issue altogether, and on the position from Netanyahu. If I want to imagine what kind of response would this be, I can definitely see that the Abrahamic Accords will be on the table. The relations with Israel on the broader sense will be on the table, and definitely the issue of the two-state solution on the table, much more than specific details about the Gaza conflict and the hostages. There's certainly direct damage on the negotiations of Gaza, but I think there's a lot more damage on Israel's relations with the region altogether. All what has been built for so many years, for maybe a decade, in the works, now is being destroyed by Netanyahu's recklessness.
And Dr. Ellie, Qatar has a large military base, and the Qatar Sovereign Wealth Fund invests a lot of money in the US. Can the country now trust the US to protect it following what we saw happening on Tuesday?
I do believe that both countries need each other. They are strategic partners, and I don't think there will be a big separation in that kind of sense, neither in investments, nor in the strategic alliance, nor in the presence of the American base in Qatar. I think this can be amended, and this is why the meeting came very quickly and at that high of a level. Not envoys, not ministers, but the two heads of the states meeting within few days. There will be amends with the US. However, where the region altogether is going, what kind of stability, what kind of vision for the future of the region, I think there will be a lot of change in that, and there will be a lot of review of the relationship that have already been established with Israel. But I don't think there's a threat that the US or Qatar will completely separate and switch the strategic alliance to somebody else or cut it completely.
And Dr. Eli, we're just getting some lines through actually on the newswire, and US Secretary of State Marco Rubio will travel to Israel and Britain from Saturday, the statement says, and Rubio will discuss fighting anti-Israel actions, including unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state, and also he will reaffirm US commitment to Israeli security. Are we surprised that Rubio is going to the region?
Not at all. I think, again, this is part of fixing the situation. But again, this attempt of putting the two things in a balance, like presenting whatever the European countries are doing, or Saudi Arabia is preparing for the General Assembly to recognize the state of Israel, putting that in the same balance as Israel attacking friendly countries, mediating countries, these cannot go hand in hand. These are not equal actions. Neither Britain, nor France, nor any of the US allies, nor even Saudi Arabia, when they are speaking about the two-state solution, when they are speaking about the necessity to create a state called Palestine with the minimum of sovereignty and dignity for its people, they are not saying Israel has not the right to exist. They are not being anti-Semitic. They are not being anti-Israel in general. They are being realistic in saying this is the only way out of the situation. So definitely the US will try to balance, but I don't think that there is equality in the two issues. Israel needs to stop its reckless aggressions, as we called them, and be more serious about peace process, more serious about the day after discussions, and more realistic in its way of dealing with the Palestinian cause and the Palestinian people who are under its control, be it in the West Bank or Gaza.
Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, thank you so much for joining us and for your insights, as always. We can now join our correspondent, Blake Sifton, in Tel Aviv. Blake, thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you heard my last question there to Dr. Eli, but we do know Marco Rubio is to travel to Israel in a show of support on Saturday. Do we know anything more about the upcoming visit?
Pardon me, no, that's a new development. We don't have any more information on that, but it is fitting with this diplomatic push to meet with both Qatari officials and Israeli officials, and in all likelihood to see that an attack like this doesn't happen again and strain relations between two key American allies.
And Blake, Qatar has accused Israel of trying to thwart ceasefire efforts, but has pledged to continue its role as a mediator ahead of the talks. How crucial is this right now?
It's incredibly crucial, of course, as the Israeli offensive to seize and occupy all of Gaza City intensifies and seemingly nears. The clock does appear to be ticking to reach a deal, to reach a ceasefire and hostage deal to stave that attack off. And of course, Qatar, along with Egypt, have been essential to the entire ceasefire and hostage release process throughout the 23 months of this war. They've hosted Israeli delegations, including the heads of the Shin Bet, head of Mossad, military leaders. They've hosted round after round of talks. More than 130 Israeli hostages were freed because of the direct involvement of Qatar in the two previous ceasefire deals that were reached. So their role is essential. But even with them agreeing to continue to fill this role, it's unclear what the likelihood for a ceasefire is. We have to remember that the Hamas negotiating team was attacked and bombed while they were discussing President Trump's ceasefire proposal. And we've heard from Hamas, of course, that the leadership has all survived, but we haven't heard information on whether any are injured, whether they're incapacitated, whether they're willing or able to negotiate going forward, or perhaps whether they're willing to meet in a group again, risk meeting in a group to discuss any ceasefire proposals. Now, certainly the family members of the hostages here in Israel, they think that the chances of a ceasefire have become very slim after this attack. The mother of one of the young men held captive in Gaza said that in deciding to strike Hamas in Qatar, Netanyahu was essentially deciding to kill her son, she said.
And also, Blake, what message does this send to Benjamin Netanyahu from both Trump and Qatar now that we see they are meeting?
Well, the Qatari Prime Minister meeting with Rubio and President Trump so soon after this attack is certainly an attempt by the United States to reassure Qatar and to reaffirm their appreciation for them. And I think this visit also seeks to tell Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu really to think twice before considering something like this again. There are reports that in recent weeks, when the Israeli military and Netanyahu had threatened to strike Hamas leaders anywhere around the world, they said that there are reports that both the Mossad as well as the U.S. administration had reassured and promised Qatar that would not happen. They would not be struck by Israel. And in the days since that attack, Israeli officials, the ambassador to the UN, as well as Netanyahu, have both threatened to do it again. They've said that Qatar needs to expel Hamas and they need to bring them to justice, or Israel will. So Qatar will certainly be looking for a guarantee from Trump that will not happen again. Of course, the United States is a major ally of Qatar. Central Command is based there. A major air base is based there. And the United States is Qatar's main security guarantor, and much of their foreign policy has been based on feeling protected by the presence of the American military, and that has seemingly been, if not shattered, rattled. So they will be looking for guarantees from the United States that this will not happen again.
And the UAE has summoned Israel's deputy ambassador in a formal rebuke of the attack on Qatar. This is a very rare and strong sign of condemnation.
That's right. Of course, we have to remember that not long ago, the UAE, along with Saudi Arabia and other countries, were a part of the blockade of Qatar. Their relations were not good. They, of course, have mended since then. But the UAE is also a member of the Abraham Accords, of essentially a peace deal with Israel in 2020, only 5 years ago. So to be calling Israel's actions in this way is certainly a large development. And of course, immediately after the attack, the leader of the UAE went to Qatar to reaffirm his solidarity with the nation. And we heard, of course, the UAE Foreign Ministry put out a statement saying any aggression against a GCC member constitutes an attack on the collective Gulf security framework. So really, Gulf states here are reaffirming their solidarity with Qatar after this attack.
And Blake, while we talk about this right now and the diplomacy, we cannot forget that strikes are continuing on the Gaza Strip. And today, according to local health authorities, there have been more attacks.
Well, that's right. As we're all focused on the attack in Qatar, of course, the war in Gaza and especially the Israeli offensive in Gaza City is grinding on. Just today, local health officials in Gaza say 50 more people were killed, mostly in Gaza City, including 14 members of the same family who were killed in an airstrike in Gaza City. Just last week, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said that the gates of hell were opening in Gaza City. The Israeli military began intensifying their attacks on a near-daily basis. They are now ordering the evacuation of high-rise buildings and then destroying them, leaving thousands and thousands of people homeless. And of course, they are reiterating their demands and their calls for the civilian population of Gaza to evacuate to the south. The population of Gaza City is some 1 million people. The latest figures the Israeli government gives for how many people have left is 200,000, so still a substantial portion of the population remains. And there are reports that the Israeli military estimates that some 200,000 people will remain in Gaza City, even if this offensive goes ahead. When I've spoken to contacts in Gaza City, you hear that many people want to leave. However, they're often too sick or injured, or their family members are to leave, or they simply can't afford it. The United Nations has said that it can cost $1,000 for people to be relocated from Gaza City to the south. Of course, that's prohibitively expensive for many people in Gaza City. And we have to remember as well that the United Nations has said that Gaza City is the epicenter of the famine gripping much of Gaza. So if this offensive goes ahead, that situation is likely to get much, much worse.
Blake Sifton in Tel Aviv, thank you so much for joining us. Let's just update you on our top story today. And the suspect in the Charlie Kirk shooting has been named as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. He is from Utah, and it's believed his father turned him into authorities. So that is an update we're getting on the Charlie Kirk shooting. Tyler Robinson is the name of the suspect. More on that story throughout the show. Now, let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The UK is issuing a new round of Russian-linked sanctions. It would target ships carrying Russian oil, as well as companies and individuals supplying electronics, chemicals and explosives used in Russian weapons. The latest package is in response to the recent Russian attacks and coincides with the British Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper's first visit to Kyiv. Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro has been sentenced to over 27 years in prison. That's after a panel of Supreme Court justices convicted the former leader for plotting a military coup. Bolsonaro's lawyers are calling the sentence absurdly excessive and are expected to appeal. The opposition party leader in Turkey faces a critical court decision on Monday. It will decide whether Özgür Özel can continue to serve as the head of Republican People's Party. The case is part of a year-long crackdown on the party over corruption allegations. And British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is feeling the pressure after deploying Peter Mandelson to Washington. Starmer fired the UK ambassador to the United States over his link to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Some Labour MPs are criticising Starmer for appointing Mandelson in the very first place. Over the past 2 weeks and months, President Trump has repeatedly attacked the US Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, for not cutting interest rates. The president's intention is to make borrowing cheaper for Americans and for the federal government. But some warn the strategy could have unintended and very unwelcome consequences. Karina Camel explains.
President Donald Trump's unprecedented attacks on the Federal Reserve aim to pressure the bank into cutting interest rates. But according to economists, this could actually backfire, resulting in higher borrowing costs. In order to understand why, we need to look first at the yields on the 10-year Treasury bond. Those yields are set by traders in real time, and the Federal Reserve, for all its power, can't control yields because they're set by the market forces of supply and demand. And it's these yields that determine the cost of borrowing for millions of Americans, from mortgages to business loans to the federal debt. And here's the key point. Despite expectations that the Fed will cut interest rates, those yields are stubbornly high. One reason are the trade tariffs, which could lead to higher inflation, and elevated yields reflect that concern.
There is a feeling that manufacturers, importers will absorb a lot of the cost of those tariffs, but they can only do that to a certain extent.
Another reason for higher yields is the U.S. deficit, which stands at around $2 trillion. To fund it, the government will need to issue a lot more treasuries.
If you have the lack of demand versus the amount of supply, then that's going to reduce the price of that debt and therefore force up the yield as yields move inversely to the price of the debt or the bonds that are being issued.
Tax cuts are also a factor. While intended to stimulate the economy, they could also push inflation higher, keeping those yields up. Add into the mix the fear that the Fed could lose its credibility if it gives into the pressure and cuts rate too fast, and you end up in a situation where investors fear the Fed has lost control of inflation, pushing long-term rates even higher.
If you have a Federal Reserve that is doing the bidding of the Treasury, the US Treasury, and particularly the Donald Trump White House, who has made it expressly clear that they want much lower interest rates, then you're in a situation where the central bank is not acting necessarily to fulfill its mandate of price stability and full employment. It's simply doing the bidding of the White House.
And I think the perceived, let's call it perceived, independence of the Federal Reserve is so important for markets around the world. And once you start chipping away at that, and once you sort of have this feeling that President Trump is doing all he can to push his favoured people on as governors, then I think people and investors are right to be concerned about it.
A number of different scenarios point to higher borrowing costs even if the Fed cuts rates. That's the opposite of what Donald Trump wants to achieve. And in the meantime, investors around the world watch and wait for the next chapter in the battle between the presidency and the Federal Reserve. Karina Kamel, Al Arabiya English, London.
Prince Harry has made a surprise visit to Ukraine after being invited by the Ukrainian government. The Duke of Sussex travelled to Kyiv with a team from his Invictus Games Foundation and will help military personnel who have been seriously injured in the war with Russia. For more on this, I'm joined in the studio by presenter Elena Wallace, and I want to say thank you so much for joining us. This was such an unexpected moment. No one was really expecting it. What more do we know about Prince Harry's trip to Ukraine?
Of course. Well, hi, Leigh Ann. It's great to be in the studio with you. Yes, what a surprise visit it was from Prince Harry. Just amazing. Of course, he's going to be in Ukraine over the next day or so. And he arrived this morning by train. Now, of course, he's with his Invictus Game Foundation team. He's going to be doing all that he can to help the recovery of thousands of the military who've been affected in the war. And he's also got a meeting at the National Museum, we know later, where there's going to be around 200 veterans there who he'll be meeting with and he'll be spending time with as well. He's also got a meeting with the Prime Minister of Ukraine. So I think just his presence is really going to be a glimmer of hope to so many in Ukraine over the next day, you know.
And of course we know because of the Invictus Games, this is a massive part of what Prince Harry loves to do when it comes to charity work. The Prince also spoke to journalists while en route to Kyiv. What did he say about how the trip actually came to be?
Of course, yeah. So when he was speaking with the press on the train, he said, we cannot stop the war, but what we can do is do everything we can to help the recovery process. Now, of course, I know that Prince Harry in the past few years hasn't had the best press in the world, you know. Many are on the fence with him. But I think what we can say and what we do know about Prince Harry is his heart is tremendous. And I feel a lot of people look to him like a massive part of hope, like, you know, very much his mother as well. So I think he is doing that all he can with this situation. But how this all came about initially, this is his second visit to Ukraine this year. Earlier in the year, he had a chance meeting with Olga Rudnieva, who is the founder and the CEO of the Superhumans Trauma Center in Ukraine. They had a chance visit and he said to her, look, what can I do to help here? And she said, the best way you can help Harry is to come to Ukraine. And that's what he did. And that's what he did. But like any good husband, he had to ask his wife first. and indeed the British government, and then they gave him the go-ahead, and that's when the official invite came.
And you know, it's so interesting because we say Prince Harry hasn't had the best press, but we love to see him when he's doing what he's best at, like his mum, and he does charity work, and he's very compassionate, and he was, of course, in the British Army, so it's something very close to his heart. He also spoke about how important helping injured soldiers is to him, a cause we know that he loves to discuss. And what more did we hear from him about this?
Of course, so the Invictus Games was founded in 2014, and back in 2017, that was the first time Ukraine took part in it. And then 2 years ago, he said that a lot of the veterans from Ukraine were actually pulled from the battlefield, took part in the Invictus Games, and then they went back to the battlefield. So in that moment, you can just imagine like the amount of love and the amount of respect and connection that those veterans who were pulled from the battlefield had with the other veterans who were taking part in the games and indeed the competitions as well. And I think Prince Harry probably has does have, you know, a really special place in his heart and a lot of respect for those veterans, especially from the Ukraine battlefields.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But, you know, I actually think that Prince Harry's had quite a lot of positive press in the last week, because we also saw him in the UK and he went to Clarence's house. Everyone was also surprised by that. And, of course, he met his father, King Charles. Do you think that we could see Harry coming back to his roots slowly? Does he want to make amends? Is he missing home, maybe?
Well, as someone from the UK, personally, I would love to see this. This is the first time that Harry has seen his father since February 2024. So that's like 19 months. He hasn't seen his dad for. I think this is a really, really positive step. I mean, the meeting was obviously private, but what we do know is that it was a private tea between just his father and him. It lasted 55 minutes, so they found room in both their schedules to make this meet happen. And let's see, I guess time will tell if this is the beginning of reconciliation, if this is the beginning of a new steps forward to making their relationship better again, you know?
And I guess his father, the king, has been very unwell, but also I've read a lot about the fact that the rift between him and his brother William stays remarkably large. But, you know, a father and a son does have a different bond compared to a sibling, so maybe it would be a good thing for both of them to come together at a difficult time.
Of course. I mean, you would love to see it, wouldn't you? Of course, as well, with Harry's beautiful children. King Charles hasn't seen them in such a long time now, so it would be amazing if that could happen as well. But of course, with his brother, I mean, his brother was in Cardiff when he was in the UK, so he wasn't able to see him at this time. But I guess time will tell, and let's just hope that friendship can, you know, relationship can be better with all of them.
And like we did say, a really positive week, I'd say, for Prince Harry, because it hasn't always been that way in the last few years.
To say the least.
To say the least. Thank you so much, Elena Wallace there, joining us to talk about Prince Harry's trip to Ukraine. Let's take a look at the top business news now. More than 20 Australian critical minerals firms are heading to the US in hopes of becoming key suppliers to the West. This comes as Washington proposes nearly $1 billion in funding to speed up the development of US critical materials used in battery and defense industries. Last month, Australia granted over $80 million to metal producer Nigestar to build 2 smelters from the Western markets. Now, the will of late fashion designer Giorgio Armani instructs heirs to sell a 15% stake in the fashion house within 18 months. It also says another 30 to 54% can be listed or transferred to the buyer within 5 years after his death. Armani has advised that Louis Vuitton and Moet Hennessy and also L'Oreal should be a priority. Turning to all the sports news now, and tensions flared at the final press event for Canelo Alvarez and Terence Crawford's super fight in Las Vegas, but not between the boxers. UFC chief Dana White stole the spotlight, clashing with a reporter over his Saudi-backed move into boxing. Still, Canelo and Crawford promised fans history in the making when they do meet on Saturday night. Now, more than 1.5 million ticket applications from fans have been received by FIFA within 24 hours of the pre-sale draw for next year's World Cup. The global demand for the tournament came primarily from countries such as the US, Mexico, Canada and Argentina. The FIFA World Cup will be hosted next year in June. I just want to bring you another update on our top story today. And President Donald Trump has announced that police have a suspect in custody in the Charlie Kirk shooting. Media reports have named him as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. A reminder of our top stories. Qatar's Prime Minister heads to the White House days after Israel's strike in Doha. And Prince Harry makes a surprise visit to Ukraine as he promises to do everything possible to help injured military personnel. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. The Rail Deal with Tom Burges Watson will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours' time with the best of W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analyses and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. The assassination of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk yesterday in the US continued to demand attention from international media. Newspapers continue to cover the aftermath of the assassination, with opinion articles sharply divided over the cause of this tragic event. Another major story grabbed the headlines globally, which was the conviction of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro and his sentence to 27 years in prison for a coup attempt. Let's start today from Brazil, as all Brazilian press covered the sentencing of former President Jair Bolsonaro to 27 years in prison for attempting a coup. Coverage varied between right-leaning press criticizing the court's decision, while left-wing press saw the conviction as a historical precedent. Brasil de Fato covered the Supreme Federal Court's decision, calling it a defining moment for Brazilian democracy. The report details the 5 charges, ranging from attempted coup to organized crime, and underscores Justice Alexander do Moraes' position that crimes against democracy are ineligible for clemency. Beyond the legal outcome, also, the piece stresses the symbolic weight of the ruling. Brazil is holding a former president and military leaders accountable for conspiring against the constitutional order. The coverage also portrays the verdict not just as justice served, but also as a historic day that strengthens democratic institutions, signaling that future authoritarian threats will not go unpunished. Gazeta do Povo, the Brazilian right-wing conservative publication, provided an analysis amplifying the dissent and questioning the coup thesis. The piece reflects on Justice Luiz Fo's dissent in Bolsonaro's coup, providing an analysis that leans towards the defense. The piece emphasizes how the defense dismantled the prosecution's case, rejecting claims that Bolsonaro attempted a coup. The report highlights that Bolsonaro's speeches, meetings, and decrees were only acts of preparation and not crimes in execution. While the analysis presents details of the trial, it frames the dissent as authoritative, downplaying the majority's opposition or opposite conclusion. As such, the piece functions both as coverage of the court session and also as an interpretation that echoes Bolsonaro-aligned narratives, questioning the legitimacy of the conviction. American media covered the Bolsonaro's conviction, with the New York Times publishing an opinion article by Professors Philippe Campante and Stephen Levitsky, who hailed Brazil's Supreme Court for doing what U.S. institutions failed to: hold a president accountable for trying to overturn an election. The piece contrasts Bolsonaro's 27-year sentence with Donald Trump's return to the White House, framing Brazil as the democracy that acted decisively. It highlights the unprecedented U.S. response also. Tariffs and sanctions on Brazil, and even Justice Alexander de Moraes, as Trump sought to shield Bolsonaro and punish Brazil's judiciary. The authors argue Brazil's vigilance stems from its painful authoritarian past, while America's complacency has weakened its democracy. Their conclusion, flawed but firm: Brazil's system proved healthier than the United States. Let's go back to America's main story, the assassination of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk. American press continued to cover the tragedy and its aftermath, with many criticizing the FBI's response so far. Opinion articles were sharply divided, with the right calling it a political assassination and proof of war on conservatives, while the left sees it as a symptom of democratic decay and warns against repressive overreactions. Writing in the Los Angeles Times, columnist Anita Chabria frames Charlie Kirk's assassination not just as a personal tragedy, but as part of a broader crisis of American democracy. She argues also that violence thrives where trust in institutions has eroded, and warns that political murders are less about left versus right than about alienated individuals cloaking rage in ideology. Chabria contrasts this nuance with conservative calls for retribution, cautioning that turning the tragedy into a justification for curbing freedoms would damage democracy further. Her column stresses that while Kirk's death is reprehensible, the response must be to recommit to democratic values rather than to weaponize fear. And the piece is both a lament and a plea for restraint. Meghan McArdle wrote in the Washington Post that tracing America's slide from debating whether it was acceptable to punch white nationalist Richard Spencer in 2017 to the shocking killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in 2025. The columnists argue that political violence has become disturbingly normalized, fueled by toxic online culture, partisan panic, and the dehumanization of opponents. Also, while mental illnesses and access to guns play roles, the bigger danger, the author contends, is a society that turns political rivals into monsters. By exaggerating threats and reveling in online fantasies of violence, both left and right risk inspiring unstable individuals. The article highlights the column's plea: stop glorifying violence, stop demonizing opponents, and restore humanity before rhetoric translates into more bloodshed. The Wall Street Journal captures both the grief and the political edge inside the White House after Charlie Kirk's assassination. The report details how President Trump's team quickly hardened security, shifting a 9/11 commemoration to a safer site, heightening police presence at the Yankee Stadium, and opening discussions on longer-term protections. Staffers also mourned Kirk, a close ally whose movement fed Trump's ranks, while Chief of Staff Susie Wiles urged vigilance but not retreat. Also, Trump's Oval Office address cast blame on the radical left and vowed to track those fueling political violence, allying critics so as deflection from his own rhetoric. Allies pressed for a crackdown, even as Trump prepared to honor Kirk with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. British press continued to cover the Mandelson scandal and subsequent sacking. The Times delivers a sharp account of Lord Peter Mandelson's forced exit as Britain's US ambassador after explosive emails exposed his long-standing ties with Jeffrey Epstein. The piece notes Mandelson's refusal to resign, even as he carried on with meetings in Washington, portraying himself as the victim of a media campaign. But pressure mounted. Nearly 50 Labour MPs demanded his dismissal, and Whitehall readied legal options should he resist. The report also notes that Prime Minister Keir Starmer eventually acted decisively, revoking Mandelson's post with immediate effect. The piece underscores both Mandelson's downfall and the political cost to Starmer, whose judgment is now questioned for ever appointing his ally despite long-known controversies. The Independent's editorial delivers a scathing post-mortem on Lord Mandelson's fall, arguing his dismissal as Britain's ambassador to Washington was not only inevitable but essential for national credibility. The piece criticizes Prime Minister Keir Starmer's poor judgment in appointing Mandelson despite long-known controversies and Labour warnings. The article points to damaging emails in which Mandelson called Jeffrey Epstein his best pal and encouraged him to push for early release after his conviction, rejecting Mandelson's later attempts to downplay the exchanges as mere spin. Though Mandelson proved an effective ambassador, his loyalty to Epstein rendered him untenable. The editorial concludes that Mandelson is not a tragic casualty, but the architect of his own downfall, leaving scars not only on his career, but also on Starmer's political judgment. And we'll end with The Economist, which delivers a sharp critique of Israel's September 9th strike on Hamas officials in Doha, branding it a grave miscalculation and calling it a catastrophic error. While Netanyahu vowed after October 7th to pursue Hamas leaders globally, the piece argues that Qatar was a special case, home to Hamas exiles, but also the key US-backed mediator for hostage and ceasefire talks. By bombing a villa there, Israel risks prolonging the war and also empowering Hamas's hardline military wing and derailing already fragile negotiations. The piece stresses that the move undermines America's credibility in the Gulf, shakes confidence in U.S. security guarantees, and strains the Abraham Accords. The report underscores that Netanyahu may gain politically, but the reality carries a warning. Israel has weakened its regional standing while courting wider chaos. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English studios. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, Saudi Arabia revises the 2024 foreign direct investment figure upwards to $31.7 billion, surpassing targets. Well, strong inflows are seen as a clear sign of international investor confidence in the kingdom's legislative and economic reforms. Fresh data from a survey carried out by Riyadh Bank points to steady non-oil private sector growth. We'll be speaking to Riyadh Bank's chief economist and asking what's driving the growth. Plus, the Global Water Expo wraps up in Riyadh. That brought together expertise from right across the globe. Sustainable water infrastructure is a key element of Vision 2030. We're going to jump right into our main story. Fresh revised data shows that Saudi Arabia attracted a near record sum from overseas investors during the year 2024, far surpassing the annual target. Well, foreign direct investment reached 119 billion riyals last year. That's just over $30 billion US, considerably more than was previously reported. Well, manufacturing, trade, construction and financial services all saw strong activity. All these results are seen as a clear sign of investor confidence in the kingdom's legislative and economic reforms. Ali, thanks a lot for taking the time to speak to us. Clearly good news, FDI up across the region, but Saudi Arabia really leading the way. Some might say this proves that plans to diversify the economy are really paying dividends. What are your thoughts?
Tom, the question over the last few years has been, can Saudi Arabia really diversify away from the oil economy and build the kind of global economic powerhouse that it is proposing to do? And it's been quite a blunt question. You know, you've heard versions of this across many of the conversations that relate to the various sectors being built, from automotive to sports to entertainment and such. This is a very significant event because, of course, this is a clear demonstration that the efforts that have been underway under Vision 2030 are proving useful. And, you know, just a few months ago, Tom, actually, you and I were speaking about this, the FDI numbers being estimated around $20 billion, just north of, and, you know, the expectation being that perhaps this would be somewhat of a decline. Under the Vision 2030, Saudi Arabia has a FDI inflows target of around $100 billion US. And if we go back a couple of years, I mean, the peak that Saudi Arabia has hit is usually around 22, 23 billion. So, you know, to reach the $39 billion mark is quite a sizable jump. And it's not by accident. I mean, we've talked about many of the industrial reforms that are taking place and the many initiatives and programs underway. We've seen 600 plus regional headquarters established in Riyadh or in Saudi Arabia. And, you know, when you have global enterprises establishing their headquarters in a region, it's not simply an injection of capital or resources and such. There are second-degree consequences, flow-on consequences to the availability of talent. There's mentorship available to the young, very educated population. There's new knowledge in the region. There is, you know, that fact in itself, or the existence of those headquarters in themselves, are an attractor to further enterprise. So what you see is a compounding effect. And you know, we've often spoken about the fact that, and I'm, you know, very often you hear me say that there are some challenges in various aspects of the national investment strategy, or you know, some challenges that may be perceived from some of the economic indicators at times. But if we look at the story as a whole, the leading indicators, you know, they are telling a positive story. And, you know, these numbers are the result of that. It is showing that the economy is heading in the right direction. There is still a way to go. We're about halfway through Vision 2030 being in motion, but it's all heading in the right direction.
Okay, I don't know if you're able to tell us, but are we able to see where that FDI is coming from? I mean, which countries appear to be the main sources of foreign investment? Ali?
It's look, it's quite a diversified mix. I mean, China has been for a long time and perhaps will continue to be one of Saudi Arabia's largest trading partners. But the obvious culprits, you know, China, US, India, there is substantial growth in a lot of the trade with the BRICS nations. I mean, just earlier this week, we saw a significant pipeline of investments actualized with the UK, with the forums that have been underway in partnership with the UK. So it's quite diversified. And, you know, I think in this discussion, it's also important to know, I mean, Saudi Arabia has really taken a neutral stance across the globe and worked hard to maintain relationships and friendships with as many of its counterparts across the globe as possible. And whilst there are some leading players like the ones that we've just discussed, I mean, our friend Trump certainly brought a posse with him, so to speak, when he arrived a couple of months ago, and there was a lot of trade that took place then. There's been a lot of flow-on investments and partnerships that have taken place. But, all of that being said, Saudi Arabia is open to the world, and I think this mix is going to continue to diversify, and we'll see new entrants kind of pick up on the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 2025 FDI inflows will be even higher than they were in 2024. I mean, is that sort of roughly where you'd see things heading?
We can certainly speculate. I mean, the Saudi strategy has been such that if you look at the psychology of the sovereign fund or some of the semi-sovereign bodies or even the private sector, it has been to establish footholds in industries by building what I would call a spine, building core entities or platforms that establish distribution, manufacturing, and such. And these things pay dividends over time, and they do compound in value. So if that is any indication, and the scale of development that's taken place across the sectors is any indication, then I think it's correct to speculate that 25 will be a substantial year.
Okay, well, we'll be speaking to you in just a moment. We'll also be talking a bit more about the boosting of economic ties between Saudi and the UK. But for now, thanks very much indeed, Ali. Now, according to a new survey carried out by Riyadh Bank, Saudi Arabia's non-oil private sector growth was steady during the month of August. Business activity grew slightly faster during the previous month. The seasonally adjusted Riyadh Bank Saudi Arabia Purchasing Managers Index rose to 56.4 in August, well above the 50 mark, indicating growth, which has been driven by multiple factors, amongst them further gains in employment. Well, let's get more on this and get to understand those numbers a little bit better. We can speak to Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's talk through the Purchasing Managers Index. Just remind us what it is and what this latest data tells us.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, as you said, the PMI, or Purchase Manager Index of Riyadh Bank, recorded 56.4, which is an expansionary. What it means that the economy, when compared month to month or month to month, it's growing. When you are above 50, it means that you are growing than what it was. And when you are below 50, then the economy is contracting. Luckily, with this, which represents the non-oil economy, our economy is still growing and mainly pushed by the output, employment, and also the new orders.
Okay, tell us a bit more. I mean, as we've been saying, the number's only up very fractionally, isn't it, from the month before? But this upward trajectory, you mentioned a couple of factors there. Which is perhaps the most significant?
Sure. So the PMI, as you're very well aware, that it consisted of 12 sub-indices, each index that influence the PMI. The highest share of the one that has more weight is the new orders. So anything happens to the new orders, that it would influence the PMI. And this is what we have seen right now. The new orders recorded above 60, and it has influenced the index. The new orders were pushed by the increased demand. 28% of the survey responses indicated there is an increase in demand. Also, they indicated that there is an increase in export and also the project related to infrastructure and the increase in the clients in the GCC area.
Okay, and employment is continuing to grow across Saudi Arabia. And I understand that is a key part of the growth. Could you just tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. We saw the last observation for the Q1 unemployment that has been reduced way below the 7%, which was the target for the Vision 2030. And now we have a new target for 5%. On the other hand, the PMI shows the employment, whether the employment is increasing or not. We're still in the expanding territory. We recorded above 54. and still it's growing. We have been seeing, despite the increase in the cost of employment, the employment is increasing. Mainly is pushed by the demand, the strong demand, competition, and also many of the companies report that they are willing to have more employments to meet these demands and to also to have a higher or qualified employee to produce, to be able to produce products that is to meet the client's satisfaction.
And I don't know if it goes into this level of detail, but you're able to see which sectors you're seeing the growth of employment in. I mean, I know they're all non-oil, but any sectors that stand out for employment growth?
Sure. We don't have so many sectors, but some of the clients, they indicate which they have seen the growth. They continue to mention related projects. They continue to mention the infrastructure, also a related project, and also they have indicated the manufacturing as well.
Just tell us a bit about how you carry out this survey. What's the sort of the methodology? How does it work?
Sure. So basically, we are in partnership with S&P Global, and they send a survey to many number of firms. They are non-oil, obviously, companies. And the survey asks a question with the three identified answers. Either is your firm is growing, for example, if we just saying yes, if it's growing, that means 1. If it's not growing, that is 0. If it's a constant, that is 0. If it's contracting, that is -1. So with a number of so many firms, then we'll be able to have the number 0 equal to 50, which is the balance, -1, then we can calculate it and get this number. So whenever you have a number above 50, which means 0, then the economy or the firms or the sample we are having, it is growing. And therefore, it reflects in the PMI. The good things, if you see the PMI trend always moves with the non-oil, and the PMI is ahead of the non-oil GDP, and always PMI is ahead of the GDP. GDP calculation is more complicated. It requires times and always comes a quarter behind. So the good thing, we have observation 3 months ahead of the GDP, and we'll be able to paint a picture of what's going to be the expected reading.
Okay, and are you able to see how Saudi Arabia is doing compared to other countries in this region?
Sure. Well, our index is focused in Saudi Arabia, but at the same time, we can look at so many indices, the PMI of other regions. We continue to see our economy is growing, and that is also parallel with the PMI. One of the good readings, we can also look at the future output, and this shows us the confidence in the economy, and we can compare this also to other economy. Other things also indicate, for comparison, when you look at also the export, and it is expanding. And many of the survey participants also, they indicate about how they are doing with their clients from the region. And this will give us also a good comparison with the neighboring country.
So how is Saudi Arabia doing compared to its neighbors?
Doing very well. So, we saw right now also the flash GDP, and it shows 3.9 for overall the GDP. For the oil GDP, it's 4.7. This is above the expectation of the IMF. The IMF is expecting 4.5 for this year. I expect we will record above the 4.5, from 5 to 4.5. Q1, we have recorded 4.9, so the trajectory of the non-oil economy is quite impressive.
Okay, and just lastly, when it comes to overall business confidence, what are you seeing when you look at the numbers and you look at the survey results?
As we said before, it's positive. The business sentiment is still indicating in the positive trajectory. We continue to see the confidence, and also one of the sub-indices is the future output, and the future output also right now is recording is way better than the previous month. This also reflected by the increase in demand. Businesses also indicated some of the challenges they have faced. They have also indicated the increase in purchase costs or the input costs. Yet with the competition and the prices, they still manage to grow.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it at that. Thank you very much indeed for your time. We really appreciate you speaking to us. Always a pleasure. Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you for your time, sir. Okay, let's bring Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham & Company, back into the conversation. Ali, just listening in there to Naif, and we've spoken to him before, haven't we, the two of us, about that survey. But it really does seem that he's optimistic with regards to the latest PMI survey that's been carried out for the month of August, well above the all-important 50 mark, because that indicates growth.
Yeah, Tom, I mean, the conversation we were just having around, the FDI numbers, these are all different sides of the same coin, essentially. I mean, there is a very clear and substantial amount of momentum in the economy. There is improved sentiment. Unemployment is at a record low rate. There is a lot more labour participation, especially as over the last couple of years. We've seen an uprise in female work participation. There are, as we said earlier, regional headquarters that have been established that are creating a substantially larger volume of opportunities. I mean, all in all things combined, it is not surprising. And I think this is yet another consequence of the strategy that's been put in place to diversify away from the oil economy. So this is now all showing the results in action.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a look at some of the other stories from the past week. According to the Saudi Central Bank, point-of-sale transactions across the kingdom rose some 17.8% in the last week of August. That sharp increase in consumer spending is seen as an indicator of robust economic momentum, while the F&B sector remains the largest spending category, with the capital Riyadh dominating point-of-sale transactions, followed by Jeddah. Saudi Arabia has sold $5.5 billion of US dollars of international bonds in a two-part sukuk, or Islamic debt sale. That $5.5 billion was made up of $2.25 billion in 5-year note and a $3.25 billion 10-year bond. Well, investors placed around $17.5 billion US dollars in orders, indicating strong demand. Well, this marks the kingdom's first international sukuk based on an ijara structure. FedEx Corporation is the latest international company to inaugurate a regional office in Riyadh. This in a move seen as its commitment to the kingdom as a key logistics hub in the Middle East. Well, FedEx has also secured an economic license to operate as a foreign air carrier in Saudi Arabia. And the flag carrier of neighbouring Qatar has announced that it's launching direct flights next month from Doha to Red Sea International Airport on Saudi Arabia's west coast. Well, Qatar Airways says it will operate 3 flights a week. The Red Sea tourism destination, part of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 plan for economic development and diversification, is expected to attract 1 million visitors every year once it's completed. Now, Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom are on track to boost economic ties with some $485 million US dollars worth of joint investments. Well, those investments, which were announced on the sidelines of last week's Great Futures Summit in London, will create dozens of jobs in both countries, with energy and financial services amongst the sectors set to gain. Well, that summit was attended by the Saudi Minister of Commerce, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kasabi. Well, the UK has a new ambassador to Riyadh, Stephen Hitchen, who's been making quite a buzz on social media for his fluent Arabic skills. He has also been hailing the strength of the relationship and the mutual respect between the two kingdoms. Well, here with me is Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer at Haytham and Company. Ali, we were talking about this at the beginning, and as you say, a lot of the stories today have got quite a lot of communality and linkages. I mean, just specifically on the UK, I mean, there's a long list of examples of economic cooperation between the UK and Saudi Arabia. I mean, one example that springs to mind is the fact that the PIF has completed a 15% acquisition of Heathrow Airport, but that's just one of many, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, the relationship in the trade context spans back many decades, but much like many of the other regions in the world, it's starting to heat up now and becoming very interesting, not only because of the potential for foreign investment flows into Saudi Arabia, but, you know, Saudi Arabia naturally, like any developing and advanced economy, has an appetite and a real strategy to enable export of their industries as well. So Al-Fanar is one of the groups that, you know, is setting up operations in Saudi Arabia, particularly involved in energy and mobility. And they're known, obviously, within Saudi Arabia for being involved in several high-profile energy projects and many of the sort of infrastructure projects. But now you're starting to see the expansion of enterprises like this into different parts of the world. And in the UK context, I mean, that's one example. We've seen firms collaborate in the private capital context. You know, A&B Capital and one of the counterparts in the UK have built a partnership to invest into growth stage enterprises. We're seeing some developments in the insurance sector. So you could extrapolate the financial services sector out somewhat broadly. You know, on top of all of this, I mean, this is yet another reflection. If we go back to some of the earlier points, there's a changed sentiment in the market, and the UK has had a long-standing relationship with Saudi Arabia in any case. But you know, the improved sentiment, the unique opportunities, and the potential for joint interests is only multiplying with all of the developments taking place, and that's what we've seen this week. One of the interesting relationships that's been established. I mean, you don't typically see the UK as a mining and resources nation per se. We know the UK for financial services and professional services, and even a degree of manufacturing. But there's a very strong critical minerals relationship being established, which has been part of perhaps not the discussions this week, but a few months ago. So there's quite a broad-ranging set of interests that are being developed between the two states, and like with many others, I think this will continue to grow in the coming months.
I don't know if you saw it, but Stephen Hitchen has been quite visible on social media the last couple of days, because I think there was a clip of him, and we showed a bit of it just before we crossed to you, walking around in Riyadh, I think it was, speaking fluent Arabic, and that I think has wowed quite a lot of people. I think he was previously ambassador in Iraq, so he had a bit of a head start by the looks of things, Ali.
He certainly seems to have the energy and the pizzazz for a place like Saudi Arabia, and to fly the flag not only on one side but also the other and bring people together. So we hope that will be the case, and all the best of luck to him and his counterparts.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll be back with you in just a moment. Thanks, Ali. Now, the Global Water Expo has just wrapped up in Riyadh. Well, that three-day event brought together some 300 exhibitors from more than 25 countries, offering an opportunity for new technology to be showcased and for knowledge to be exchanged. Well, sustainable water infrastructure is a key element of Vision 2030. And with that in mind, the National Water Company has announced 30 new water and sewage projects across Riyadh, valued at more than $500 million. Ali, thanks for standing by there. I mean, worth remembering when we talk about water in the context of Saudi Arabia. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the country doesn't have any permanent year-round natural rivers or lakes, and it's obviously got very low rainfall as a country. And, clearly that represents a pretty major challenge, doesn't it, for this scarce natural resource?
Of course, without water, Tom, you can't scale industry. You can't scale food production. You can't scale urbanization. So, as we've seen across the many different aspects of society and industry that are being developed in Saudi Arabia, the nation has taken due care to consider the different challenges and shortfalls. And there's some really interesting developments underway. I mean, this has been an interesting event. I haven't had the opportunity to attend the expo, but it's brought together a sizable pool of delegates. But there's some very interesting pieces of work taking place in the likes of Inoa, for example, out of NEOM, which is quite heavily focused on innovating for water sustainability and sustainability in the use of other resources. And, NEOM is quite a hotbed for innovation and experimentation, given it's a city that's being built truly from a blank piece of paper. But we will continue to see, as with many other developments, particular innovation in this area, but it is actually, it's a significant area of focus within the national strategy. So it's really refreshing to see all these people come together and work together to solve this problem.
And obviously, desalination is something that, not just Saudi Arabia, but quite a lot of countries in the Gulf region have really got good at, isn't it? I mean, it's clearly been a major priority, and I'm assuming, I'd love to get your opinion, I mean, it must be a key factor behind how so many countries in this region have thrived in what would otherwise be pretty arid conditions.
Well, I mean, of course, it's the region is essentially a desert. So when you consider where the level of development is now and how cities are thriving and how urban infrastructure is being developed, and the sheer increase in population, the number of tourists that come through naturally. I mean, it's not a nice to have. It's a necessity. So innovation can be born out of two things, I believe, either vision or an ambition for a bigger future, or necessity. And in this case, I think it's both. So you've got the right ingredients for people to come together and solve the problem.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Chief Investment Officer at Haytham and Company. Thank you for your contribution today. Well, thank you for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. Look forward to seeing you again next week. Do stay tuned, meanwhile, to our channel.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Brussels. Brussels serves as the capital of Flanders, Belgium, and Europe. There's so much to see and do in the city, and here are some of the best ones. First is the Grand Place, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It is in fact the main tourist attraction of the city. You can hang out, admire the guild houses, and take in its charm and appealing designs. Then there's the town hall, which dates back to 1402. It is considered the seat of civic government. It's got attractive buildings with arched windows, towers, and sculptures. The one of St. Michael slaying a she-devil is one of the most popular. There's also the Pissing Boy, a major character in Brussels folklore. He was designed by Jerome Duquesnoy and is a small fountain resembling a urinating boy. Usually he is naked, but at times he gets dressed. He actually has about 600 outfits displayed in the Maison du Roi. The Maison du Roi means the king's house, but no royalty has ever lived there. The Belgian Comic Strip Center is dedicated to the comic lover. It is in the Wauquez warehouse, a masterpiece in itself, designed by Art Nouveau architect Victor Horta. One of the most popular attractions in it are the 5,000 original drawings and an entire section to Belgium's famous cartoon character hero, Tintin. For recreation and leisure, there's the Hazel Park and the Atomium. It is a glistening 102-meter or 335 feet high model of an atom made out of chrome and steel designed by André Waterkane. It is an accurate depiction of an iron molecule that has been magnified 165 billion times. It was built in 1958 at the World Fair to symbolize the new atomic age. Last but not least is the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. It is an Art Deco church and is the 5th largest in the world. It is modeled on the Sacré-Cœur in Paris and is made of concrete, sandstone, and red brick. It was in 1902 when King Leopold decided to build it, but laid the first stone only in 1905. It was completed in 1971, in time for the 75th anniversary of Belgian independence. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to this special episode of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Israel is enduring arguably its most challenging period in recent history. One of its staunchest and perhaps most vocal allies during this time has been US Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee. Unlike many in his position, he's not afraid to speak openly and often boldly on issues that have become internationally divisive. So, Ambassador Huckabee, thank you very much for your time here on Counterpoints.
Melinda, it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Let's launch straight into it. A lot of news is already breaking as we sit down for our interview. We know Israel has launched the first stage of its Gaza City ground offensive. President Trump has previously stopped short of openly endorsing this plan. He has said, though, that Hamas can't stay. Does the administration support Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to take full control of Gaza City?
Well, the president's made it very clear that this is a decision the Israelis have to make. It's their future on the line. And they're also dealing with an issue that goes back to October the 7th, when they were overrun by the terrorists of Hamas, who massacred and slaughtered 1,200 of their civilians, and then took 250 people hostage. This has gone on for far too long because Hamas has been just stubborn in not wanting it to end. The president's message has been very clear and very consistent. Hamas can't stay. They have no role in the future of Gaza, and they need to let all of the hostages go. So that's consistent with his message to say that Israel has to do what Israel feels it has to do.
Given the alliance, though, between the US and Israel, it seems to an outsider that it would be unlikely that the Israeli government would go ahead with something that the US administration vehemently opposes. So by that extension, can we assume then that the Trump administration has somewhat endorsed this plan?
Well, I think the assumption is simply what I said, that the U.S. respects that Israel is the country that was attacked. It was their citizens who were slaughtered. And the U.S. position is we're not going to tell them how to not only defend themselves, but how to avenge the massacre of their people. So that's the president's position. He's not dictating to them what the parameters should be. He's saying to them, if this were the United States and we were attacked in this way, and by the way, the equivalent, if this had happened to us, it would have been, given the population differences, as if 40,000 Americans were massacred and mutilated and slaughtered. So I think the president understands that this is something that Israel and Israel alone has to come to terms with, and how they go about it, bringing an end to this extraordinarily long hostility and getting the hostages, all of them, home, is something that they and they alone are in the position to do.
Has the president recently, or yourself through the president, expressed concerns about civilian casualties for this ground operation?
Of course, there's always concern about that, and that's all the more reason that Hamas needs to give up. They need to realize they don't have a future. They're being told this by everyone. Let me add that they've been told this by a unanimous vote of the Arab League, which I thought was incredibly significant, and frankly, something that was very helpful. Because when the Arab League made their statement that all hostages, not some, all of them need to be released, and Hamas needs to demilitarize, that was incredibly significant. And I think the rest of the world looked at that with a real sense of appreciation to what the Arab League said and the manner in which they did it. It was an incredibly powerful moment.
You mentioned hostage families there. So let me ask you this. We've seen large protests throughout Israel from hostage families, people who say they want the hostages back now. They want the Israeli government to agree to a deal that would see all the hostages released. The hostage families say they're very concerned that this ground operation will result in their loved ones never making it out alive. What do you say to those hostage families?
I say that it's a concern that we all have. It's a concern that the Israeli government has. I don't know of anyone who has any desire for something to happen to the hostages that hasn't already happened to them. But what we do know, Melinda, is that a couple of weeks ago, Hamas released a video showing obviously starving hostages, being forced to dig their own graves. This disgusting display of savage treatment of these hostages, I think, was part of what made the Israelis feel that they've got to do something more aggressive. The hostage families themselves, they're divided. Some believe that there should just be a complete end, no matter what the consequences, and even if Hamas stays. Others who feel and they understand that Hamas can't win or will have more October 7th, will have more families going through the hellish experience of their loved ones being taken hostage, tortured in captivity, without any understanding of when they'll be let go. So the unanimity is that everybody wants the hostages home. They want all of them, living and deceased. How to get there? It's not something that everybody is on the same page with. And it's a very difficult decision. I don't envy those who have to decide the best course for how to get those hostages back.
Do you share some of the hostage families' concerns, though, that this operation in particular could put their loved ones in more danger?
It's a legitimate concern. I don't know that it's my place to share the concern or to take an opinion on what should be done. One thing I think everyone can agree on, the hostage families and those who believe in a very aggressive military action, that the hostages can't continue to survive under the treatment that we have witnessed by the videos that Hamas themselves have released. If that's the way they're being treated, one of my questions is, where's the International Red Cross? How come they're not demanding to see the hostages and to get proof of life? Why are they not demanding that the hostages get food? We're hearing a lot of pressure about Israel and whether they have the responsibility of feeding people in Gaza. But one thing we should all agree on is that the hostages should be fed. They're not there because they want to be. And then to force them to dig their own graves is just a disgusting display of savage behavior, uncivilized behavior.
Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire proposal that is effectively the same deal that Israel agreed to in July. With the launch of this ground operation in Gaza, has Israel effectively taken that off the table?
I don't know. I can't answer that. Israel may be waiting for Hamas to completely agree in writing, because Hamas has been very, very consistent in saying they're going to agree to something. And then when it gets down to the point of signing it, then they start adding things. They start demanding more things, and it blows up the deal. And it's why I believe Envoy Witkoff even showed his frustration with it. The Israelis have shown a frustration. Egypt, Jordan, everyone has shown a frustration with how Hamas handles this. Because even when they agree to something, they agree verbally, then they won't sign it. And then they change the terms. So I don't know if they have put their signatures on this, if they're serious about it. But one thing is clear. They're going to have to recognize their future is over in Gaza. They don't have one there.
President Trump has indicated that there is starvation in Gaza. He said, they look very hungry. This is real starvation stuff. Do you think that some changes need to be made to improve the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to make it safer for civilians?
Well, actually, GHF is the one entity that's working. It's the UN process that has been a dismal failure. By their own numbers, 92% of their food gets looted or stolen. The reason people are hungry in Gaza is not because of GHF. They're getting that food, and it's not being stolen. But the massive amounts of food that are supposedly being delivered by the UN are not getting there. And when Hamas steals it, Melinda, what they're doing, they're warehousing it, then they sell it on the black market. There's plenty of food that's gone into Gaza. But the tragedy is it's not getting to the people who are really hungry, because Hamas has taken it, they're stealing it, they're selling it. They made $500 million last year selling food in the black market. I've been there, watched exactly in person what's going on with GHF, and that process really fulfills the conditions that President Trump gave us when this was set up. Get food to people who are hungry, but deliver it in a way that it cannot be stolen by Hamas. Now,
what
can
about
Hamas
delivering
steal
it in a
pieces of
way
it?
that doesn't put civilians in danger? Because we are continuing to hear reports of alleged shooting by Israeli defense troops at those distribution sites.
Yeah, that's not happening, Melinda. I've been there, and we get reports every single day. The IDF is accused of a lot of things, but when I talk to people in Gaza, the actual Gazans, here's what they told me. First of all, they love the U.S. That was nice to hear. They hate Hamas. Every single Gazan I spoke to had a family member that had been murdered by Hamas. They want Hamas to be gone forever. They don't want the PA, the PLO, or Fatah to have anything to do with their future. And interestingly, they did not express hate for the IDF. They recognized that there was a need for the presence of the IDF, who are, by the way, not at the feeding sites, but they do control the corridors that give people safe passage to the GHF sites, which are controlled by and secured by private American contractors. Every one of those people are all special ops U.S. veterans who are manning those sites. But this idea that people have been murdered en masse by the IDF is simply not true. And that's being perpetuated. That's a lie. And it's been pushed by Hamas, which I don't blame them for telling a lie. I do blame people for repeating it without any veracity to verifying it.
After being frozen for decades, Israel has given its approval for the construction of the controversial E1 area of the West Bank, that it effectively is cutting off East Jerusalem from the West Bank. US administrations have historically opposed the E1 development. Does the current administration still hold that opposition?
We've not taken a position on that specific issue, but the Trump administration in its first term, and nothing has changed, has made it very clear that it is not a violation of international law for Israelis to live in Judea and Samaria. One of the reasons we're seeing the more aggressive decision to move into some of these areas is because it's in reaction to what the Europeans have done in concert with the Palestinian Authority, pushing for a unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state, pushing for this UN conference that's supposed to happen next month in New York at the UN. That has had a totally disastrous effect, not only on the tension in Judea and Samaria, but it's had a detrimental effect on resolving things in Gaza. So I don't know what the Europeans thought they were going to accomplish, but by their actions, they're accomplishing something that I don't think they wanted to do, and that is to essentially give a green light or encourage the Israelis to go ahead and take more pieces of Judea and Samaria, either by declaring sovereignty or annexation. I don't think that was their goal, but pushing for unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state without the cooperation and participation of Israel is a violation of Oslo. So if there's going to be this massive violation of the Oslo Agreement, then I think people have to prepare for the consequences of that on both sides of the conflict.
In unveiling the plan, Israel's Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich said that, and I quote, "The Palestinian state is being erased from the table." In the US's mind, is a two-state solution dead?
Well, no one can explain exactly how it works. Where is the Palestinian state? What are the boundaries? What are the borders? Who leads it? Who governs it? Who elects their officials? Do they come into power by an election? They haven't had one in 20 years in the current configuration of their government. And so it's an aspirational thing to say we want a two-state solution. But if you ask specific questions, people can't answer them. And I just feel like that there's got to be some specifics put on the table for there to be any honest and realistic discussion of what a Palestinian state would look like. And quite frankly, in Israel right now, there's no appetite for it. October the 7th was a turning point. There were many Israelis who believed, and they spoke of their support for a two-state solution. But that pretty much was decimated by October the 7th. And it created an extraordinary sense of angst among Israeli citizens who saw the attack coming from the West. They don't want to end up with one coming from the East. And so they're going to put their security and their future first and foremost.
In a recent interview, you said that you don't think a Palestinian state remains a goal for the US. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm not seeing anyone, certainly haven't heard the president say that this is one of the most important things we've got to look for. I think he wants to see peace happen here. There are certain things that can be done that would be helpful toward peace. Unfortunately, every time we think we're working toward them and getting there, we see actions by the Europeans or the Palestinian Authority that completely disrupt it. And a good example is the Palestinian Authority has pushed for the unilateral recognition. It's had a backfiring effect. They continue to pay terrorist families for acts of terror against Israelis. That's counterproductive. It's very, very destructive toward resolving anything. And the textbooks continue to have curriculum that encourages very young children to grow up with a hatred toward Jewish people and a sense of belief that it is okay to commit violence against them if it helps to achieve their goals. These are all things that are not helpful to a long-term solution, whether it's a 2-state or a 1-state or a 10-state solution. That kind of activity has just been very hurtful.
So you think the bulk of the problem there lies on the Palestinian side, that they're the reason that a Palestinian state seems unattainable?
Well, for the present moment, I would say, by them going around the Oslo Agreement, by the fact that there was a Palestinian state, it was Gaza. It was a 100% Palestinian state. People see how that turned out. That did not exactly endear folks looking at it to say, yeah, that ought to work out really, really well. So there's going to have to be some time. It's not going to be something that is going to be on the table, but it's not the U.S. decision to make. The U.S. is going to be supportive of our allies. We're going to be supportive of peace. The president wants there to be a peaceful resolution. And I think he's demonstrating that by his actions, not just in the Middle East, but across the globe right now, specifically in Russia-Ukraine conflict. So I would hope that some of these European leaders would reassess their actions and decide that maybe they need to take a different approach. Stop putting so much pressure on how Israel is defending itself against Hamas and start putting the pressure on radical military actions that were intended to kill Jewish people.
U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate your contribution here on Counterpoints. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. It's been a pleasure to visit with you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The words spoken by the US president are among the most closely listened to in the world. One sentence or phrase can move international financial markets, force heads of state to rethink their policies, and certainly define what America is all about. So when President Donald Trump uses phrases such as the big beautiful bill, or says, in Japan they bow, I love it, the only thing I love about Japan, or quite famously describe nations in Africa as S-holes, The world is hearing a rather different rhetoric compared with speeches from past US presidents. My guest today was the speechwriter for Bill Clinton at the turn of the millennium and can give me an inside track on what it takes to put the words into the president's mouth. But more importantly, as the editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly, Paul Glastris has a very relevant perspective on how the Trump administration and its policies are having an impact domestically in the US and on the international stage. Paul, I'm really glad you could make some time for me. There's lots to talk about.
Delighted to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, first, sir, I've got to ask you, the reputation, obviously, the name that you're given a lot of the time is the speechwriter for Bill Clinton, and we'll touch on that because that must have been a very interesting time. But so much is going on in the world right now, and as you're a Washington insider, I want to get your perspective on certain things. How do you regard the atmosphere right now in D.C. in terms of politics, the new administration, and so on?
We've never really seen anything like what's happening now. No president has wielded power over his party to the degree that Donald Trump does. You'd have to go back to maybe Lyndon Johnson, and even there. No president has broken the norms that President Trump has. No president has, I think it's pretty clear, broken the law in terms of the Constitution and been allowed to get away with it by his party in power and by the Supreme Court as Donald Trump. So it's really no precedent like it.
This is so funny because I really wanted to follow up on that particular thing. It seems to the outside world that Donald Trump has this kind of unbridled power. I mean, he's able to, he says it, he does it, or he says it and he doesn't do it. Either way, he seems to hold all the cards. I mean, is it really the case that he is that unchecked?
You know, he's not unchecked in the sense that the markets are bigger than the presidency, right? So when he tried to impose these tariffs a couple of months ago, the bond market disciplined him and he had to back off. He is not unchecked when it comes to international affairs. You know, the Prime Minister of Israel checked him by moving on Iran and more or less forcing his hand to do the bombing that he didn't want to do. Vladimir Putin certainly has checked his every move so far. So he's not without checks, just no check by his own party.
I'm going to get into some of those topics in a moment, but, you know, I want to get your perspective on what seems to be the Republican Party either being beaten into shape, perhaps beating themselves into shape. What is the reason? Is it simply because they're terrified of Donald Trump, or is it because they see him as the only person who can keep them on top?
I think it's a split, and it would depend on the Republican. There are in Washington, I'm not talking about the voters, there's a great base of fandom for Donald Trump out in the country. In Washington, much less so. They will mouth support, they will flatter him behind the scenes, they're terrified, they're fearful, they're ashamed, they're trying to figure out how to ride it out. There are those who are clinging to office in the vague hope that somehow they can keep the country off the worst future. Others actually agree with him on a number of items, even if they're horrified by others. So it's a mixed bag.
Do you think he has actually delivered for the Republican Party?
Well, if the party's number one goal was tax cuts for the wealthy, yes. And I think it's fair to say that was their number one goal, or at least extending the tax cuts that they had passed in his first term. I think he has delivered on long-held, hard right agenda items like eliminating U.S. aid to foreign countries. I don't think that's a huge Republican agenda item, and I think, again, Republicans here in Washington who know how the world works are secretly horrified, but it has been an item for them.
How do you regard what is often seen as his contradictory paths? He'll take one, then suddenly switch last minute with no warning to another one. It leaves everyone confused around him. The global tariffs, I guess, being one example.
So being capricious and being able to change one's mind on a dime and have the world react is part of the fun of power, right? It's the privilege of having so much power that whatever side of bed you get up in the morning, the world reacts. I think there's a certain intoxication with that. But also Donald Trump, though he has ideas that are fixed ideas that he's had for decades, is extraordinarily transactional. And I think everyone tries to psychoanalyze the guy, and I certainly have no better ability to do that than anybody. But I think he is primarily motivated by short-term victory, by hits that look good. You know, he'll ask aides all the time, how's it playing? And by that he means, how's it playing in the media? He wants to be seen as powerful, as successful, and so he jumps on things that look like they'll give him short-term hits.
But if it's ego-driven, as seems to be the case, as you're indicating, then it's not necessarily the best thing for the country.
No. I think it's terrible for the country. Again, though, he does have fixed ideas. He does have a North Star of sorts. His hatred of immigration goes back decades. His belief in the all-powerful, universal utility of tariffs goes back decades. So these are things that he's not governing based on ego or his own transactional nature or putting money in his pocket. In many other ways, those things are key. But in issues like tariffs and immigration, that is Donald Trump's vision.
There's an irony, though. He's a property developer, which is so dependent on immigrants.
Yes. Look. I mean, none of it makes sense, right? None of it makes sense. He's attacking immigration, and red state farmers are totally dependent on immigrants. As are many other parts of our economy. Tariffs will, if he continues, undermine the economy, and is absolutely anathema to the big part of the base of his party. Certainly the old Republican Party. Gutting academic research spending might feel good in that it goes hardest against elite colleges and universities in blue states, but it's also hitting purple states. It's also hitting red states. It's terrible for the Republican Party. It's not good for his legacy. In many ways, he reacts and jumps on things that he's not really thought through.
It's interesting you said it wasn't about the money so much, because one of the comments that comes out a lot from analysts is, well, look, he's doubled his wealth, all these deals he's doing. He did a visit to the Gulf region, to Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, and to the UAE, and suddenly there are all developments going on there. His family's in tow. So it seems strange that you don't see what a lot of analysts seem to see as his motive.
Oh, I 100% think that on an array of issues, he is acting to pocket, to line his own pockets. I mean, there's no question about it. You mentioned, the flows of Saudi money and so forth. And you see it everywhere. You see it, the transactional nature of his antitrust policy, right? He threatens antitrust enforcement until someone provides him $25 million for his library, or, the whole crypto thing. He's made billions on crypto after saying, that he thought the whole industry was corrupt and crazy. So he's certainly in it for the money. All I'm saying is there are issues that he cares about and has cared about that aren't lining his pockets. They may be, bad for the country, but they come from a place of his conviction.
One thing that the Gulf has changed a lot. Saudi Arabia has progressed remarkably in the last few years under the Crown Prince. And it seems that they are easier partners for him now. Isn't that the case?
Yes. And, the administration, Donald Trump, has traditionally found sources of money outside the establishment, largely because the establishment would not do business with him. So he was unable for many years to fund any of his development deals from normal commercial banks in the United States. So he was able to get money from Russian sources. I think the Saudi sources in past years have been shunned by the establishment. That makes it more interesting to Donald Trump. And I think there has been a very profitable marriage there.
But also politically, because it looks like, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and so on, are doing peace with Israel, are making peace with Israel. And that, of course, is better stability for the region. And that also makes him look better.
No question, no question. And in his first term, his son-in-law orchestrated the Abraham Accords, which, you can debate how well they worked. And he is attempting some kind of peace settlement in Israel. Of course, he and Benjamin Netanyahu are discussing ethnically cleansing Gaza, which probably is not something the rest of the Arab world can get behind. But yes.
I'm curious, with Donald Trump saying he would end wars in a day, the main wars, of course, Russia, Ukraine, still at a complete impasse. Israel has pretty much flattened Gaza and has gone after Iran in a very aggressive way, and also now Syria, currently going on as well. What tolerance will the American people have for America, under this promise of looking after America, making America great again, still being embroiled in these conflicts outside? How much tolerance will people have, do you think?
His base has minimal tolerance for any of this. One of the reasons he's stuck with Ukraine in his policy is he sold himself as the person who's going to extricate the United States from that. But he can't, because despite his offers of a peace highly in Russia's favor, Vladimir Putin is continuing his aggression. The rest of the American public is not so restive about American power in the world. I don't think most Americans see us helping the Ukrainians defend themselves as deep embroilment. The question of Israel is a more complicated one, but Americans are, by and large, pro-Israel. So I think amongst his isolationist base, yes, the rest of the public, no.
Paul, how do you think the dynamic has changed between the USA and Israel, considering that there has been no ceasefire achieved? Israel continues its actions in Gaza and elsewhere, as I just mentioned, and is now being regarded more and more as a pariah by much of the international community. The word genocide keeps coming up. How do you think that has affected the dynamic between the USA and Israel?
Well, it's generational. If you're under 40 and not evangelical, your attitude in general, I'm speaking in general terms, toward Israel is much less warm than those of us of an older generation who knew an earlier Israel. I don't see any signs yet of a real breach between the United States and Israel. The current Israeli government is really testing that.
Is the U.S., as a result of its inactions in these instances, becoming more isolated morally, if not economically, from the rest of the world?
Yes, 100%. And the rest of the world, which has never been as pro-Israel as the United States, made allowances for the United States policy on Israel at a time when the U.S. was supportive of its alliances. Now we are defying and degrading our alliances, so that accelerates the isolation.
Well, meanwhile, the domestic front is still quite interesting and confusing. If you were to describe in one word the big, beautiful bill, what would you say?
Well, it's a continuation of siphoning of money toward the very, very wealthy, not just the affluent, the very, very wealthy, at the expense of the working poor, with some bonus benefits thrown out there, like no taxes on tips, to make it palatable politically.
What would be the one word then?
Nonsense.
Okay, I'm just curious to see what you would say. Now, in terms of such descriptions, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and Donald Trump's sweeping rhetoric when it comes to the comments and speeches he makes, often analyzed, by the way, as outright lies by many international organizations. What do these say about the US presidency's intellectual kind of status and position?
That's an interesting question. So if you look at presidential speeches over the decades, presidents have learned to speak in a more popular way. Complex syntax, large, fancy words have been wrung out of presidential rhetoric. Presidents have learned to speak in the vernacular. Donald Trump has taken that to an extreme of simplification and added to it a shameless level of open deception and lying. That's the big change. That was not typical of presidential rhetoric until Donald Trump.
I'm going to get more onto your career and influence as a speechwriter of US presidents in a moment. But it does make me wonder, if you had to put yourself in the shoes of the person who's responsible for making Donald Trump speeches, what would you imagine writing for him? I mean, assuming he even listens, because there's a feeling that it's all off the cuff and ad-libbed.
So if you watch his speeches, you can see pretty obviously the parts that are written for him and the parts he ad-libs. He'll often read a sentence and then stop and say, that is so true, right? Which is a tip-off that he hasn't read the speech until that moment. So he's commenting on the speech that his speechwriters have given him. And this is not untypical of presidents, then he goes off on his own. And he could leave the speech for minutes, 10 minutes, an hour sometimes. One of the distinctive things that's with Trump is his speeches have become less and less like other presidents who had different speaking styles, if you will, for different occasions and different audiences. Right. With Donald Trump, it's become more and more every speech is a rally speech. So he speaks to European leaders or at the State of the Union with the same aggressive and freewheeling and dishonest rhetoric that he would do just at a open air speech to his base.
And it seems that a lot of his comments are about himself. And
oh yes,
is that quite common with presidents?
No, presidents are, of course, they have great egos, but most successful presidents learn to make speeches about the audience, not about themselves.
I was going to go back to the Trump administration's policies and the funding cuts in many areas, such as overseas aid, and now education is being targeted. It's lost thousands of jobs, American jobs, in those very important areas. How sustainable is that going to be? Not just the impact of the unemployment, but how the country will operate. When it comes down to that, on a global scale, for example, now with the planned funding cuts in overseas aid, HIV/AIDS would rise up, and of course would have an impact on the USA as well. Looks like that might be scaled back to continue the aid. But what sort of impact is it going to have on the way the world works when you have cuts that are having such a broad impact?
I think it's completely unpredictable. What I can say with some confidence is it is not going to end well, and that it will be at some point reversed. Here's the reason I say that. When you look at the history of presidencies, the recent history of presidencies, poor policy choices, poor budgeting choices, poor management, eventually in ways that nobody could have predicted, lead to disasters. Think George W. Bush and Katrina, right?
Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah. Think Barack Obama and the website for Obamacare, which was a tiny blip of a problem, but, haunted the presidency, his presidency. We are going to see these kinds of, we're already seeing it. You're already seeing examples of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, unable to answer the phone when bad weather shows up. And the reporters are all over it, saying this is the result of budget cuts, whether it is or not. In this case, it was. We're going to see disaster after disaster and the public will turn. The public doesn't like these budget cuts as it is. The question is, will it change elections in the future? And it all depends on the scale of the disaster.
Was DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, a good idea in the first place?
Terrible idea, horrible idea.
Why, though? Because people say the government is inefficient.
Well, the government is inefficient. Corporations are inefficient. The government is inefficient for a variety of reasons that have nothing to do with firing your best senior employees. The government is inefficient in part because it over-relies on expensive contractors who have monopoly contracts and charge a lot more. There's a lot that that can be improved by government. What Trump smartly did that the Democrats did not do is promise reform. Gallup polling has been consistent for decades. The average American thinks Washington wastes 50 cents on its dollar, on its tax dollar. And that's an exaggeration, but it's not totally wrong. Trump played on that, and I'm sure won votes on it and got support on it. He utterly mismanaged the reforms themselves. He did more harm than good.
What impact do you think Elon Musk had in shaping this second Trump presidency, particularly in the eyes of young people? Then, of course, he fell out with him, so of course that has an impact too. How do you regard what was going on there?
Well, he handed a tech oligarch the keys to the federal government, all its data, and let him run rampant through it. And it was more or less a disaster from beginning to end, to the point that Trump had to distance himself and get rid of him. So in no way was it a positive. I'm sure like someday we'll look back and something that the Doge did under Elon Musk, somebody will build something good from, but it's pretty hard to see right now.
I did hear you say in interviews that one of your concerns was that basically Elon Musk was using young kids with no real experience,
right,
to judge everything.
So it's the reason generals send 18-year-olds to the front is because they're looking for adventure and they don't know their own self-interest, right? Anybody, with wisdom and a few years under their belt would know that the things that they were being asked to do were illegal and will haunt them the rest of their lives. So they sent interns. It was really quite horrible.
So what was the biggest problem with Doge? What's gone wrong the most? Is it simply that it's targeting the wrong areas?
Yes. The problem with the federal government is not that we have too many federal employees sitting around doing nothing. The problem with the federal government is we don't have enough federal employees with enough authority, and they're many of them, the best of them in the key sectors, overwhelmed. And they're reliant on outside contractors, outside forces. They don't have the tools they need. They're often burdened by procedures that they didn't create that get in their way, that are the accretion of reforms and legislation from years ago. There's very good ways to unknot the bureaucracy, strengthen the bureaucracy, bring in better and more talent, and have a more efficient government. That is not what they did.
Well, the fallout with Elon Musk was quite severe and very public, of course. When you saw Elon Musk tweeting and Xing, or whatever it's called now, about the need for a third party, and in his case, naming it the America Party, what went through your head?
Well, the Washington Monthly's chief political writer, Bill Scher, wrote a quite smart post about this. Musk could succeed. As unlikely as it is to build a sustainable third party, Musk is a little bit like Ross Perot. He's got the money, he could have the issues, and he could make life very difficult for both parties.
Isn't there a need for a third party?
I don't think so. I think there's a need for the Democratic Party to figure out how to win back the voters that it's lost and keep the voters that it has, and really govern in a sustainable way for a while.
I'll get back to that in a second, but isn't one of the biggest problems in most countries that if they're a two-party political system, that it becomes a kind of us against them, and it's usually just countering each other's policies, irrespective of whether they're good or not, or bad or not. And it's simply the public get left out as they fight amongst themselves.
And look, we don't have a parliamentary system in the United States. If you have a parliamentary system, multiple parties can work. It can be just as dysfunctional as a presidential two-party system, too. There's good and bad in both, but I just don't think there's any example in U.S. history of viable third parties that don't lead to one party going out of business. We've just been a two-party nation since our founding.
After standing, apparently solidly behind President Trump, are you seeing signs of the Republican Party starting to push back? Is there a sense of unraveling going on now?
No, I don't think so. I think there is always going to be deep grumbling. As I said, the Washington, D.C. part of the party feels very, very constrained and humiliated by President Trump. But they fear breaking from him far more than anything else.
So, Paul, what do you think it would take for a major backlash by the Republicans against?
I think support for Donald Trump has to plummet among Republican voters, and I don't think that's going to happen. And support also among independent voters, and I don't think that's going to happen unless and until they feel it in their lives. And that is economically, that is from these federal mismanagement disasters, the kinds of things that have tanked previous, presidents like George W. Bush, who once was a god to the conservative base of the party and left in humiliation.
So what degree is that potential problem on the horizon with the midterm elections?
We'll see. There's all this debate about why we haven't seen in the inflation numbers and in the economy the effects of the tariffs. We could talk about why that is. Will any of that really take shape before the midterms? We don't know. But if it does, it should have an effect.
Is there any likelihood that President Trump might achieve what he sometimes states as his goal of staying on longer?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, anything can happen. We might not have a democracy in 2028. I think that is still a gleam in the eye of many in the administration. But America has a lot of redundancies, a lot of resiliency. Donald Trump's polling numbers are pretty bad right now. They've been falling since his inauguration, and they don't show much signs of abating. They've leveled off here and there, then they fall some more. If this keeps happening, he's going to have a very bad midterm.
In spite of his first presidency, having its own quirks, people still voted him back in. How do you regard the difference between those two terms?
Well, his first term, he rode the coattails of the Obama-Biden boom, let's be honest. Goosed it a bit with his tax cuts, then hit his first really stormy period, and that was COVID, mismanaged it horribly, and lost because of that. There's a great parlor game, what led the Democrats to lose in 2024. First, they didn't lose by much. It was very close. You can't underestimate the power of the voters not liking Joe Biden's age and the really severe pain that working class people felt with inflation. If you're working class, when you look at the numbers, even though median wages increased more than inflation for 2 of those 4 years, if you're in the lower end of that spectrum, the inflation hurt you much more than the wage gains helped you. And people were miserable. The working class has been suffering for decades in this country. They're barely making it. And unfortunately, the Democrats ran into high inflation and paid a price.
I'm always surprised how little is known about the poverty levels in the USA. Outside, everyone sees it as gold-paved as a country. But COVID didn't help either.
No, COVID was a miserable experience for the vast majority of the country. The more you couldn't work at home and didn't have savings, the tougher it was. There were a lot of programs that cushioned it. Once the programs that cushioned it began to fade, that's when people really suffered. And that is also coincides with the 2024 elections.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دللو وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعلو. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism, only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Ali, I have Khaled. They call me Mom. And my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. She plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
What do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello, I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and welcome to a special edition of W News Extra. Coming up on today's show, we'll be taking a look back at some of the highlights of the week, all broadcast from the Al Arabiya headquarters. Now, the French government has collapsed as Prime Minister Francois Bayrou has been ousted by Parliament after losing a vote of confidence. With the country on the brink of an economic crisis and potential civil unrest predicted, French President Emmanuel Macron's political future is also now in doubt. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Elie El-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and also Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Dr. Elie, dramatic day today in France. It wasn't unexpected, but this plunges France into even more turmoil. We mentioned political and economic crisis. And what does this all mean for Macron?
That's true. That's very true. It is not unexpected. But definitely what's coming is going to be even more difficult for Macron specifically, but for France more generally. This instability has been ongoing since President Macron decided to go for snap elections a year and a half ago. And since then, he hasn't been able to reach that stability because the parliament is significantly divided into three parts between the left, the center, and the right, and none of them has the ability to create a clear majority. Since then, he's been trying to have somebody in the prime ministry that he can, coexist with, as the term in French politics is, but it hasn't been easy, and now it's going to be even more difficult. But the more problematic point is that Bayrou is falling because of his budget policies that are harsh requirements by the EU to cut the deficit significantly and to cut the spending significantly. The most probable thing that's going to happen is for the left, center-left, to take on the lead. But can they do these cuts? Can they follow these requirements of the EU? This is where the answer is completely not clear. And if they come to power, it's completely unexpected what they will do, and will they be able to do these decisions?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a really good point, because lots of analysts have been looking at this and they're saying it could be the left who is going to become the next prime minister in order to keep the coalition government in France intact. But you know what, Jono? France's finances have been in the picture so much. Dr. Ellie mentioned it there. You know, France is the second largest economy in the Eurozone, but it's now becoming the sick child of Europe. Their debt is ballooning. Their borrowing costs are higher than Greece, which many people couldn't have predicted that long ago. So what is the situation now, and how will this latest no confidence vote that we've seen in Francois Bayrou actually affect the finances?
So market-wise, at least, I think the markets were braced for this. We knew, and even you, Dr. Ellie, said last Thursday that this was on the cards. We've known this for a while. So the no confidence vote won't have shocked the markets too much. What may shock the markets is on Friday, that the Fitch review happens on Friday. That will check France's credit and see where is it at now. Currently, it's at AA negative. It may go down, and if this negative outlook means it goes down, that will mean higher borrowing costs, and that's the last thing France currently needs. As you said, it's correctly between Greece, Italy and France, which I don't think anyone ever could have predicted. However, they haven't had a balanced budget since 1974, so one might argue that this has been on the cards for a while, and the deck of cards that has been dealt to this government may not exactly be the fairest one. So politically now, the instability that's here may lead to a knock-on effect with that. But for right now, when you look at the GDP, on paper at least, it looks like it's not exactly performing how it should be. So Friday will tell a lot. Markets will remain probably stable until then. Likely Monday or Tuesday we'll see a knock-on effect. And Bayrou will remain in power, by the way, until such a point that a successor is appointed. So we have got a little bit of an intern period now where we don't know exactly what's going on. And I think the markets may reflect that.
And you know what, Dr. Ellie, you mentioned it there, that Bayrou, he will obviously hand his resignation letter into Macron. You know, the formalities will happen. He'll stay in place until a new prime minister is elected. Deja vu, I feel like, from when Michel Barnier went through the exact same thing just 9 months ago in France. He was a seasoned politician. You know, Dr. Ellie, when you think about Michel Barnier in the grand scheme of the European Union and how long he's been in the political sphere. But I just wonder right now what this actually means in reality for Emmanuel Macron. How weakened is Emmanuel Macron? And also, another thing, where does France really go from here?
Well, we saw with the European elections that he is no longer the main popular figure in France, and that Le Pen took a lot of advance with the right-wing coalition that they had. This is when he called for the snap elections. That didn't turn out for his benefit. And since then, as we said, the continuous instability, burning through key figures like the people who tried to bring some stability. Meanwhile, this is not working out, and whoever is going to be next is going to be in even more unstable because of the economic pressure that Jono presented. I think Macron is really suffering in the internal scene, and I think his coalition, the Centre, the Ensemble, is going to lose even more with any upcoming election. That's why I think he's going to hesitate to call for another snap election. But if things don't work out well, if the coexistence doesn't work well, if the EU pressure on a clear budget, on a less deficit budget are increasing, then something needs to be done. It's not going to be in his favor at all.
Theoretically speaking, he could call a presidential election could be called, and we've seen that there's already been calls for him to stand down. I don't think he's going to go anywhere in this.
Not really, no.
Likely he will appoint a new prime minister, but it's so fragmented. This assembly is such a fragmented assembly that I don't see who's going to come to the fore to have a success here. And I don't think a snap election, they can run the risk of that, because Marine Le Pen likely could have great gains in that.
Oh, I think the argument for a snap election is, again, another hung parliament. And again, we're in the situation that we're in now. It's a coalition government that comes in to rule the country, and they can't pass things like a budget to bring down the deficit that France is facing. But another thing I wanted to speak about, Emmanuel Macron. We talk about this internal political crisis that is, of course, happening in France. What about on an international stage, Jono? How is Macron doing on that kind of front?
So I think it depends on who you ask. I think he's had massive losses in Europe with regards to popularity, but then you have to look at the Anglo-Franco relations, which are in a place that they've not been in a very, very long time. Due to that state dinner, the visit which took place as well, he really did a lot of solid favours for those relations there. But I don't think there's a comparable Franco Germanic relationship. I don't see anything else that's happening in Europe that would say that he's very likable through Europe. But I can base it upon the UK, saying that I do think he's a liked character there. But it's not based upon his political prowess, for sure. It's based upon the fact that he came over for tea, he sat down with the king and said, let's make some deals here with regards to immigration.
But then the one-in, one-out deal on the immigration crisis in the UK was seen as something that was a big step forward between the two countries. Dr. Elie, your impression of Emmanuel Macron on the international stage?
Catastrophic. Definitely closer to the UK for the reasons that Jono mentioned. But the guy has not succeeded in any endeavor that he has done on the international scene. In Africa, his policies were a catastrophe. In the Middle East, his policies were a catastrophe. And the mere success of getting some deals for Total here and there in Iraq and in a few other places, these are the only achievements that he can present for his people on the international scene. Even the core of Europe, which is Germany-French relations, even that is not as well as it was before. He is really not a very successful foreign politician. He is not a very successful diplomat. But we have to remember, this guy came out of nowhere and gained the full spectrum of the French support, and now his popularity is deteriorating. So definitely it's let's say, a case that we need to study well, but I think it is already on the back steps, and it is going to be waning with the upcoming elections.
Now, a Hamas official says its senior leaders survived a targeted attack by Israel in Doha during ceasefire negotiations. Israeli media say collective heads Khalil al-Hayya and Zaher Jabrin are among those hit. While speaking at a news conference after the strikes, Netanyahu said that the war in Gaza can be ended immediately if US President Donald Trump's peace proposal is accepted. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Michael, let's start with you. So we've had a lot of developments on this story today, coming in thick and fast, hours after that strike we saw on Doha. I mean, what is the situation right now? Where does this leave us? You know, were these strikes inevitably going to happen? Now what's the situation on the international stage?
You know, we've had a couple of senior Israeli ministers talk about I would say from the beginning of the year, talking about how they are not just going after Hamas leadership in Gaza, but they know that there will be Hamas leadership, you know, in different parts of the world. And they're prepared to target them. Now, that was strong language, and maybe we should have taken it more seriously. But the thought that there would have been an attack like this, you know, on the mediating host country, they were asked in 2011 by the U.S. to play host to Hamas. And for them to be attacked, you wouldn't have thought that that's something that Israel would have done. But now it becomes, I've heard one analyst say, I think rightly so, and fairly, that Israel has become a bit of a destabilizing actor in the region. And since October 7th, you could easily come up, well, there are 5 countries, right, that Israel has attacked. So, of course, there's Iran, and then there's Yemen, and now Qatar, and then Syria and Lebanon, and then, of course, Gaza. And you wonder, at what point does Israel either put a rein on themselves and change their course of action, or we know the only man who can do it is Donald Trump. At what point does he come in and say to the Israelis, enough, this has to happen? And until that conversation takes place, I think that Israel will continue to do what Israel thinks is best for Israel.
I think we reached enough quite a while ago as well, didn't we? The line just keeps getting moved further and further. Yeah.
Absolutely, it does, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, the international community will speak about how they condemn it, but until there are concrete actions to actually hit Israel where it hurts, economically, for instance, the trade issue, of course, boycotting Israel products. Some of these issues that have been bubbling under the surface that are traditionally thought of as a little bit too outside the conventional box, maybe some of those conversations have to take place.
Yeah. But what is also interesting is, you know, Netanyahu pretty much confirmed that they had, you know, orchestrated this attack as soon as it did happen in Doha, and we got those forced reports of a strike happening. And he has said Israel has delivered a great blows to the axis of evil. So Israel clearly not changing their stance when it comes to Hamas, and they have stuck to this since the October the 7th attack. But Gemma, Qatar has condemned the attacks today, and much of the world has too, in many ways.
Yeah, do you know what? I've not heard access of evil for like a long time. That's like an old school kind of soundbite, right?
It is.
Yeah, so Qatar has strongly condemned what it calls a cowardly attack and a criminal assault, one which constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms. And that is a recurring theme, as we'll see throughout what so many countries have said. This is against international law, what they've done. So, a spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said, while the state of Qatar strongly condemns this assault, it confirms that it will not tolerate this reckless Israeli behaviour and the ongoing disruption of regional security, nor any act that targets its security and sovereignty. So they've got their investigations underway, of course. Now, several Arab nations have also come out in support of Qatar. We have Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Jordan and Oman, Kuwait, Turkey and the Arab League also. I feel that the region has never been more united. It's just a shame that they had to be united behind something like this. Also, the UN called it a flagrant violation of Doha's sovereignty and praised Qatar, as we said, for its role so far in hosting negotiations. And yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is the building, you know, like destroyed. So there's so much. There's so much that the region has come together behind Qatar, but the strength of feeling, I think, is quite surprising. I knew there would be a lot, but there has been much more than I thought.
And, you know, it's not just the countries you named there. We're also seeing European
Across
countries.
Europe, yeah.
You know, we've seen Germany. They've come out and condemned it. France have come out and condemned it. The UK have come out and condemned Israel's strike on Qatar today. And I think that, as you did say, there seems to be this unity, and Israel is almost being more and more shut out, as what you were saying, Michael, you know, almost becoming destabilising, and other countries are now actually saying, OK, united, we say the same thing and we condemn these attacks more. But the US is a big player in this, and we obviously can't forget that. We did hear from the White House today. Caroline Leavitt did come out and she did speak. And I thought her language was quite interesting in what they said. You know, Witkoff was told to inform Qataris of a pending attack. They found out just before the attack was due to happen. And then obviously Israel came out early and said, no, the US had given us the green light. But then language seemed to change in that press conference. The US seemed to say, oh, no, we're more distanced from this and we're really upset it happened on Qatar's soil. It's something we didn't want to happen. We did inform them. So it seems to be what's happening in that situation.
And Netanyahu backed that up as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's our sole responsibility. No one else is involved. So you wonder what communication went on there for him to come out and say that as well.
I think it puts the U.S. in an incredibly difficult position because they have two allies. They need to protect the Qataris and their largest Air Force base in the region. In fact, their largest military base in the Middle East is in Qatar. Which begs the question, what are they doing there if not to protect the country and its assets? But that's a question for another day. And then, of course, the U.S. is also a very strong ally, arguably Israel's strongest ally. And you have one ally attacking another ally. And, of course, we also know that it was the Qataris who had given Donald Trump the jet this year as well. So Donald Trump is stuck in a very difficult position where he needs to defend the actions of the Israelis, and he also has to somehow placate the irritation of the Qataris, rightly so, all because, and the Qataris can say this, you asked us to host, Hamas back in 2011 when Barack Obama was president. And now this has come back to backfire on us. And the whole reason Hamas is here is so that the negotiating process can actually be more effective and smoother.
So I hear what you're saying, but Israel's argument to that, and I did speak to a former Israeli MP earlier today, and their argument to that is the fact that Qatar have been funding the Hamas war machine, and that's something that Benjamin Netanyahu also said in his speech today. But
So I would say, pardon me for interrupting you, I would say Israel will say many of these things, much like when they kill journalists, but they don't have the evidence. They never put the proof forward so that the public can properly disseminate and then say, oh, yes, actually what Israel is saying is true. They'll just come out with the accusation and then they'll leave it there.
But actually, it's quite interesting if we talk about, what's going to stop Netanyahu in many ways and rein him in, because earlier I spoke to Errol Moorcoach, spokesperson for Republicans overseas and defense intelligence expert. I asked him whether or not the strike dilutes Trump's influence over Netanyahu, or if Trump is the only one that can actually change his mind. Take a listen.
I think you're absolutely correct in saying that Donald Trump is the only person left who can talk to Bibi Netanyahu. He's the only person who understands perhaps how to deal with somebody like him, and as well, he's the only person who's willing to use the power of the U.S. purse strings and the power of the office in a way that has opposed him before. And while everybody sometimes thinks that Donald Trump is playing to Netanyahu's fiddle, very much Bibi Netanyahu aligns his interests with the general U.S. strategic alliance, and then very conveniently is included in that situation. So going forward, I think the only person who can stop this catastrophe from getting worse is Donald Trump. He's the only person who has that humanitarian spirit inside of him there. I don't think anybody else in the region is committed to lives and just in the concept of lives. Obviously, Bibi Netanyahu has his own goals and own tangible goals that aren't aligning, I don't think, with the U.S. strategic interest. And as much as Israel is an independent country, they are in many ways a vassal state of the U.S. hegemonic empire. Without the U.S. Navy, there is no Israel. In 6 months, the country functionally would not be there. It cannot defend itself without the United States, which gives the United States a tremendous amount of leverage in these negotiations.
So, Gemma, I think that's a question that many people have been asking. Who really holds the cards in this relationship between Israel and the U.S.? Errol made it clear there it was the U.S., but the next 24 hours are pretty crucial in this situation.
Well, we're not seeing this, are we, really, I don't think? We're not seeing that the U.S. is a nation that holds all the cards in this situation. Otherwise, would this even have happened if they were, in charge of the whole thing? I think Trump, as well, has got so much else going on, with Ukraine, with what's happening domestically as well, with the Epstein files. There is just so many demands on his attention right now. You have to wonder if, his focus is divided.
And I think that is a really fair point, isn't it? Because Donald Trump has desperately been trying to push for this ceasefire. And I don't think any of us can argue that any other way. But it's been a lot more difficult than I think was ever previously thought. And on Sunday, many of us thought a ceasefire was actually pretty close, Michael.
Yeah, and Donald Trump came out and he seemed to be optimistic on Sunday that there was a deal that he thought was going to actually come true. Hamas had given indications that they were interested in signing. They were, I think, getting pressure from the Turkish delegation as well as the Qatari delegation and the U.S. And so I think that they started to see that not only is the situation in Gaza terrible, but the pressure now is being placed on the leadership. You have to sort of sort this out as soon as possible. But I think the bigger issue right now for the U.S. is what message does this send to the other allies in the Gulf when maybe the security concerns or the security guarantees that the U.S. would have, are those still going to stand if Israel decides to attack another U.S. ally? Anwar Gargash, who is an advisor to the UAE president, as well as the UAE foreign minister, Sheikh Abdullah, both came out very strongly condemning this. And the UAE has diplomatic relations with Israel.
And I think this is a lot of concern. Many people are asking that question, Michael. And also, what does this mean for the Abraham Accords? Something that was worked on, that was really trying to get relations normalised in the region, and where does this all stand now? And I think these are the big questions that a lot of people are asking themselves, and what the answers are, and of course what the answer is for the people in Gaza. Because, you know, we know the Gaza City offensive is imminent, and it seems to be that we've got more questions than we have answers at the moment, but thank you so much for your analysis on that. Let's move on to another story. And files from a Jeffrey Epstein birthday book have been released, showing a number of tributes to the late sex trafficker. The documents include a hand-drawn picture signed by Donald. Addressing the image on X, the White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president did not draw this picture, nor did he sign it. You mentioned the Epstein files there, something that's just not going away, is it, Gemma? But what do these documents reveal? And why now? Why are we seeing the birthday book essentially being released?
Yeah, we're seeing them now because last month the House Oversight Committee, they issued a legal summons to the Epstein estate to hand over much more documentation, and the lawyers sent these documents. So they are redacted still. You know, there are certain names that are blurred out, blackened out. There are faces that have been, you know, blackened out as well. So they're still not the full documents, but, you know, it's what people have been asking for. This is the birthday book. It was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell and given to Epstein on his 50th birthday, and it's a collection of messages from friends, acquaintances, people that he knew. Obviously, Trump allegedly offered this message that has gone in the book. The final line of it, which says, a pal is a wonderful thing, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret, which is quite an intriguing thing to write, irrespective of who's written it. Why would a day be a wonderful secret? Also, you have Lord Mandelson, who is the current UK ambassador to Washington. He's been in politics for a very long time. And he called Mandelson, allegedly, called Epstein, his best pal, in a note that was allegedly written by him. Called him mysterious as well, this mysterious man who parachuted into my life. Bill Clinton, a message allegedly from Bill Clinton, noted Epstein's childlike curiosity and drive to make a difference. Now, what's been most interesting, and people, I think, were looking out for this, there's no apparent messages from Prince Andrew, who would obviously have been, you know, he's been such a focal point of anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. But there are entries from an unidentified woman in the book who thanked Epstein for meeting the Prince, Bill Clinton and Trump, and said that thanks to him she had seen the private quarters of Buckingham Palace and sat on the Queen of England's throne. So the tentacles of this book keep getting further and further, and their reach is quite extraordinary.
It's absolutely extraordinary. It's absolutely fascinating, this Epstein files. It doesn't seem to be going away, as you said. And, you know, Lord Mandelson, of course, part of the British government, it's now transatlantic. You know, this whole situation is taking us to places I'm sure none of us ever believed we could go. Donald Trump, though, the political fallout so far is them just flatly denying it, and we know that he's saying absolutely didn't write this birthday card that was in this book, and it's been denial. What next, really? Is this sort of the dripping tap?
Yes, it is the dripping tap, and it's a nice analogy. And you have the estate, which could release more files. You have the lawyer who's representing the more than 200 victims who could come forward and say whatever they're going to say. And they may get sued as a result, but they may take that chance. You have the Democrats who are demanding more information from the Attorney General. You also have certain Republican MAGA politicians who are also demanding, Marjorie Taylor Greene is one, who are very much saying release, release, release. And there are it's not as though it's one tap that's dripping, right? Yeah. All your taps in your house are dripping nonstop. And this is the issue that Donald Trump has to somehow, it's as though he has one pan and he has to go under each one and catch each drop. And it's an impossible task.
Yeah. But also, I think there has to be an argument here, and some people would say this, yes, they are the victims. But also, is it trial by media for some of these people who've been named in the birthday book? You mentioned, allegedly, Bill Clinton, Lord Mandelson, Donald Trump, some very high-profile names. We actually are looking at it from a lens of, Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex trafficker. But not everyone who knew him, it's fair to say, was involved in anything lewd or sordid or knew about anything. So I think even the media, in some respects, has to be a little bit careful when people, have this trial by media, they're guilty, but they actually haven't faced any trial.
So I'm going to go ahead, and I'm sorry. While I remember, I think what's important, PR 101, get ahead of the story, own the narrative. And if that's the case, and XYZ knows that he had a relationship with Epstein, and he knows his or her name is probably in the book, why not come out? Which is another area, another line of offense that Donald Trump might have to defend against if some people come out and start saying, I actually did have a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I invested a lot of money with him through his ties with JP Morgan, and we made a lot of money, but I never went to the island. I never was on his plane. Or I was on his plane, but I was traveling to Europe. This is, I think, it's a little bit surprising that Bill Clinton hasn't come out, that Bill Gates hasn't come out, that some of these other people who are huge names haven't come out. And it just begs the question, why?
Yeah.
And that's where I think the mega base and the conspiracy theorists get incredibly upset.
Did they think as well, like Trump seemed to think, that it would just go away if they all kept very quiet about it?
Well, I think a lot of people thought, especially in Hollywood movies, right, when that main guy who is the kingpin dies, everybody thinks it'll go away.
Yeah.
And hopefully the little black book, which was one of the documents that was turned over, this was an address book, contact book, that was almost stretching 30 years. Yeah. And the names that would have been in that, I'm sure we would have known many of them. And I think most people would have thought, oh, he's dead, it's over, and thank goodness I've dodged that bullet, we can move on.
Yeah. I think with your point about trial by media as well, oftentimes that's the only trial that victims get. They sometimes, if they don't get their day in court, the very fact that they can see that there are repercussions and there are consequences, then that means a lot to them. So, yeah, they don't have the voice or the platform that the rich and powerful do.
Now, US President Donald Trump says he's not thrilled after Israel carried out an airstrike in Doha, targeting Hamas leaders and killing at least 6 people, including one Qatari security officer. The attack has been condemned by Qatar and the UN, while Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu called it fully justified. Defense Minister Israel Katz has said Israel will target enemies wherever they are. Qatar is now looking into whether Netanyahu should be held responsible for the strikes. To discuss this and some of today's other stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White, who's in the studio with me, and correspondent Sarah Firth, who is joining us from Washington. Sarah, and Gemma, great to have you both on the show. So, Sarah, I just want to react to some breaking news that we are just having through, just quickly to see if you have any reaction for us. But we are hearing that Charlie Kirk has been shot at a campus event in Utah, and Donald Trump is saying that we need to pray for Charlie Kirk and we must reject political violence as politicians react to the shooting. Do we have any information?
Yes, Leigh Ann, this is a pretty major developing story here in the US. Charlie Kirk, a 31-year-old right-wing activist, he was giving a talk at Utah Valley University. There's videos circulating online. You can hear a shot. You see Charlie Kirk recoiling, and there's blood coming from his neck. It's really quite graphic viewing. We're being told by authorities that he has been taken from the campus by his security team, taken to get medical treatment. We're also hearing that they have got a suspect in custody. That is according to an alert that the university has put out to students. As you said, Leigh Ann, the president has reacted to this. Charlie Kirk is a well-known right-wing activist here in the United States. He's a big name, and he's a very well-known supporter of President Trump. President Trump calling him a good guy, saying that we must pray for him. You've got an outpouring of reaction from shocked elected officials all across the board, Republicans and Democrats. The Democratic governor for California, Governor Newsom, he has called the attack vile and reprehensible. You've had the Vice President, J.D. Vance, also saying this is a father, he's a good guy, and reiterating the president's calls for those prayers. This is a developing story. The FBI say they are closely monitoring reports of that shooting. That is according to FBI Director Kash Patel. Leigh Ann, just shockwaves across the board here tonight in the US with news of that shooting breaking.
Yes, indeed, and also shock at the White House as the news breaks, as we see the reaction coming out of that. And of course, Charlie Kirk has very, very many followers on YouTube and is extremely popular. Sarah, thank you so much for bringing us that breaking news. Let's just go to another topic, Sarah, that we have been discussing today, and we're actually learning from a few other things. What are we learning from Washington about how much advance notice the Trump administration was really given before Israel struck Hamas targets in Doha yesterday?
Well, Leigh Ann, the messaging from the White House has been that it was very late in the day that the president was informed. There's been a real picture emerging throughout the day. I know we've spoken about it as we've reported this story of really a very strained information chain. So the messaging that's come out is that there was advance notice, but very, very late in the process, and not through the usual channels, not through the top political channels, but rather this time through military channels. By the time the Pentagon had informed President Trump, and President Trump had ordered his envoy, Steve Witkoff, to pass on the message to the Qataris, we're being told that the bombs had already started falling. We've heard the Qatari officials come out and say it was 10 minutes after those explosions had been heard, so too late to simply do anything about it. It has caused a diplomatic chaos, really, as the situation has unfolded, with the repercussions still, Leigh Ann, at this point in the process, pretty unknown. The fallout could be significant. Qatar is the home to one of the largest US air bases, the largest US air base in the region. There is absolutely furious Qatari officials that have come out calling this 100% treacherous, and the questions are, why didn't the president know sooner? Why wasn't he able to do more to prevent this? Now, the White House and President Trump himself, he's describing very unhappy with the actions that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took. But that language simply isn't cutting it. It seemed more of a sort of slap on the wrist rather than out-and-out disapproval of those actions. And given the critical nature of the relationship that the US has with Qatar. You know, Qatar have been at the forefront of spearheading the efforts to come up with some kind of brokered peace agreement that the US has on the table for the conflict in Gaza. And all of that now looks in jeopardy with these Israeli attacks. And President Trump, his credibility being questioned today, not just amongst his adversaries, but in the White House too. I can tell you, Leigh Ann, there is a lot of frustration being expressed, and some of that frustration starting to be made more and more public now.
And Gemma, let's just touch on the fallout in the region, because as Sarah just spoke to us of the fallout in the US and the criticism there, but the fallout in the region, in the Middle East, where we are, Trump is now in this complex diplomatic situation, especially with the UAE and Saudi condemning what's happened.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen the UAE, Sheikh Mohammed has visited Qatar, and then delegations from Saudi are going to go later this week as well. So the fallout is complex, and it seems to be getting bigger and bigger. This isn't something that's going to go away. Now, Qatari officials have said they're putting together a legal team. They are going to, you know, they want to take this to sort of the highest courts that they can. They've delivered separate statements to the United Nations Human Rights Council and the UN Security Council, calling the attack a blatant violation of all international laws and norms. And there was obviously an emergency session called by the UN Security Council in order to, you know, deal with this situation. Now, there's a series of likely outcomes which will affect the diplomatic landscape. Firstly, Qatar is likely to feel betrayed right now. They are one of the US's strongest allies in the region. They could see this and are likely to see this as a betrayal, especially after years and years of working together. And not just in the region, they have worked to further US interest globally as well. Secondly, as you know, Sarah said, this may cause Qatar to pull out of further negotiations. They won't host anymore. They won't offer their assistance anymore, which would be a great loss to the process. Thirdly, this could end the potential for any further negotiations, which many have alluded to. Perhaps that was Netanyahu's aim all along, to just cast out this negotiation process. And fourthly, the focus has now shifted to other US allies in the region. In particular, Egypt has been quite vocal in the media about saying if they take in Hamas leaders in exile in Cairo, could they be next on the list?
And these are the questions that so many people need answers to at the moment. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, also follow us on X. We'll be back on Monday. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Micheál Prendergast, and joining me today is Gad Saad, the visiting scholar at the Declaration of Independence Center for the Study of American Freedom at the University of Mississippi. Thanks so much for your time, Gad. A story that shocked the entire world. A young Ukrainian refugee has been butchered in Charlotte. Isn't this a textbook case of Suicidal Empathy. That's the name of your upcoming book. I don't want to name the assailant himself. He's a scumbag and he doesn't deserve any publicity. Isn't this a case, a title case for your book?
It is, in that what suicidal empathy, the way it works, let me offer a quick explanation and then link it to that specific case. So empathy is a beautiful, noble virtue. It is something that we need to have as a social species. For you and I to have a meaningful conversation, Michal, I need to have theory of mind, as you do. In other words, we need to put ourselves in each other's minds to be able to have a meaningful interaction. So it is perfectly reasonable to argue that empathy is a laudable, noble virtue. The problem arises when empathy misfires. And before I explain how it misfires, let me draw an analogy. Obsessive-compulsive disorder is the misfiring of an otherwise adaptive process. So, for example, the fact that you and I shake hands and I notice that you have a cold, I might go ahead and wash my hands because I don't want to catch your cold. That is perfectly adaptive, and it makes evolutionary sense for me to do that. But OCD is when I spend 8 hours a day washing my hands in scalding water until my skin is falling off. I can't make it to work because I'm obsessed with washing my hands. So what started off as an adaptive mechanism becomes maladaptive when it misfires. So that's exactly my argument for suicidal empathy. When empathy starts misfiring in ways that you target your empathy toward the wrong target, you're orgiastically empathetic for all of the wrong times and the wrong situations, that becomes suicidal empathy. So in that particular case, what you have is an incredibly lax justice system, penal system, that basically argues along the following lines. It is unfair to not give hardened felons 637 chances or second chances because they've already been victimized by the racist society of white supremacy. Therefore, what is the point of us punishing them harshly? Don't they deserve a 138th chance? And it is literally what happened in this case. This guy had been arrested for 14 prior crimes, but yet we should give him a 15th chance at redemption. It results in suicidal empathy and the death of this beautiful Ukrainian refugee.
The alleged killer had 14 prior arrests. A judge released him after his 15th. Should judges like this face justice themselves?
Look, that's a tricky one in that you would like to think that a judge is not going to always be personally held liable for judicial decisions that they make, because then in that case, they will always take the decision that is least likely to result in repercussions on them. So it's a tricky one. You can't always say, irrespective of the context, they should be held accountable. But certainly, if you are letting hardened felons get out of prison time and time again because you have been completely parasitized by suicidal empathy, then I see no moral, ethical, or legal reason why you should not be held accountable for that decision.
And Elon Musk himself, he has shone a huge amount of light on this story. A lot of the mainstream media ignored it. I think this is the perfect example of the importance of freedom of speech and the importance of him buying X.
Indeed. So the minute that I found out, maybe not the minute, but probably within the next day or two, when I found out that Elon had bought what was then Twitter, I put out a clip on my channel, The Sad Truth, where I basically explained that of all great initiatives and great accomplishments that Elon Musk has ever or will ever do, none will come remotely as impactful as him having bought that platform. Because for better or worse, that platform is the central public square where ideas flow at a, feverish velocity. I know just from personal experience what the things that I could say or the things that would get me punished. And, I'm probably the most irreverent, outspoken professor on earth. If I were to say that women, do not have penises, well, I stood the chance of having my account shut down. And so what Elon has done is he's come along, completely removed the shackles that we were all being restrained by. And so thank God for Elon.
President Trump has responded quite forcefully. He's also recently sent, in regards to crime, the National Guard into D.C. While Democrat-run cities are spiralling into chaos, why do leaders of these cities resist law and order?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me give you one of those professorial psychologist answers. There's a great book by two French psychologists. They're actually evolutionary psychologists. Their names are Dan Sperber and Hugo Mercier. They wrote a book called The Enigma of Reason. And in that book, what they argued is that our faculty of reasoning did not evolve to seek some objective truth, but rather, regrettably, our faculty of reasoning only evolved to win arguments. Now, that's quite a pessimistic view because it basically says that for most people, the truth doesn't matter. What matters is that I am proven to be right, even if I'm wrong. So when Donald Trump does something like solve crime in DC, the other camp doesn't say, attaboy, great job, President Trump. They have to find a way to stand against it. And as the old joke says, if Donald Trump were to personally cure cancer, the Democrats would come out and say, look how evil he is. He's now made sure that a whole bunch of oncologists will be out of a job. So that's really regrettable because, again, it shows you that certainly politics is not about the adjudication of different ideas until we reach truth. It's simply about making sure that my team is right and your team is wrong.
Has Donald Trump, has he proven a lot of the Democrats wrong?
My goodness, what hasn't he proven them wrong on, right? I mean, did we need in the 21st century to have, as I think it was his first executive order, that there is such a thing as male and female, and we know exactly what those two sexes are? Until 15 minutes ago, the 117 billion people who had existed on Earth seemed to exactly know how to navigate that very, very difficult conundrum of identifying what male and female is. But when you are parasitized by idea pathogens, as I explained in my book, The Parasitic Mind, you then have to have an executive order by the President of the United States saying that there are only two sexes called male and female, and we know what they are. So he proved them wrong there. He proved them wrong about closing the borders, right? It took him 15 seconds to close the borders, right? He proved them wrong on pretty much anything and everything. So ideas matter, and people think that I've got posters of Donald Trump in my bedroom. It's not that, right? I don't succumb to the cult of personality. As a matter of fact, I'm Canadian, so it's not as though I've got a direct dog in that fight. But certainly, if you believe in American freedom, then you have to believe that the Republican Party and Donald Trump exemplify those American freedoms much more than the Democrats do.
And you're an expert in evolutionary psychology. How did we go from protecting the tribe to protecting predators at the tribe's expense?
Well, that's where suicidal empathy comes in, right? So I argue that history is basically the following story that I'm going to explain now that the average 5-year-old will understand. History is the following. There are two tribes on each side of the river. Each members of each tribe look at the resources and other desired objects on the other side of the tribe and want to steal it, right? That's why the 10 Commandments have do not covet thy neighbor's wife, right? Covetousness is a ugly trait. Envy is an ugly trait. But the only thing that stops tribe A from, attacking tribe B is that they know that the people in tribe B are likely to have men who are not going to be very happy about that approach, and therefore they have to think twice before attacking. And it is that mechanism that keeps people in check. Now, imagine if you become parasitized, for example, by orgiastic pacifism, right? So that the highest virtue in my society is one whereby I will never, under any circumstances, respond to you with violence. Well, what do you think will happen to a society that is organized around orgiastic pacifism? It likely will cease to exist very quickly. And so that's why I use the framework of the parasitic mind and suicidal empathy to explain the nature of your question, because nothing else could explain. From a survival perspective, we've evolved the most fundamental need for survival, to protect ourselves, to protect our loved one, to protect our children. But once those instincts become sublimated in my desire to demonstrate to the world that I am infinitely tolerant, compassionate, generous, and empathetic, we end up having major problems.
Elon Musk has offered $1 million to fund murals of Irina Zarutska across US cities. Is this not the kind of moral clarity and courage that's needed right now?
Exactly. I mean, one of the reasons why Elon Musk, Donald Trump, first of all, our gentlemen that I admire greatly, is because to me, they exemplify something that I discuss as a key call to action in the last chapter of The Parasitic Mind, which is activate your inner honey badger. So some of your viewers or listeners may not be familiar with why I'm using that imagery. The honey badger, the African honey badger, has been rated as the most ferocious and fierce animal in the animal kingdom. Now that's quite a big title, because it isn't a big animal. It's the size of a small dog, and yet adult lions will cross to the other side of the street when they see Mr. Mean Honey Badger. Now, why is that? Because the honey badger doesn't care. It stands tall despite the fact that it is small in stature. So Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not encumbered by political correctness. They're not encumbered by ensuring that they are going to be invited to the cool kids parties. They stand tall, even though they are literally tall men. They stand tall, fully capable and willing to defend their principles. And that's why I implore people to activate their honey badgers. That's why I think Elon Musk and I have a strong affinity for one another, because regrettably, while I'm not nearly as tall as him in stature physically, I'm certainly someone who walks like a honey badger. And so that tends to attract similar-minded people. Whereas on the other hand, most of my academic colleagues are what I call members of the invertebrate castrati, meaning that they don't have any spines, nor do they have any, I hope I can say on your show, any testicles. Right? They're whiny, they're wimpy, they're afraid of their shadow. They'll never utter a word that might draw back anything against the accepted orthodoxy. That's not how an academic should be. An academic should be an intellectual Navy SEAL, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk certainly exemplify those qualities.
They're honey badgers, and you're a honey badger as well, it seems. Elon Musk has proved himself to be a staunch defender of free speech. I seen you say on Twitter that he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for his ultimate defense of free speech.
100%, 1,000%. Listen, Barack Obama won a Nobel Prize. I think it was even before he had assumed the presidency, or maybe within a few days of assuming, or whatever. I don't remember the exact temporal timeline, but it's because he had, uttered some hopeful message or some nonsense, right? I mean, I have antiquated socks that I no longer wear that are substantially more worthy of the Nobel Prize than Elon Musk, than Barack Obama. So if Barack Obama can win a Nobel Prize for doing literally nothing, then how many Nobel Prizes should Elon Musk win for having freed us from the shackles of, as we say in French, les bien-pensants, the well-thinkers, the politically correct class? He deserves it ASAP.
People have spoken ad nauseum about Elon Musk. You said in your last interview here on the station that he's a very humble man.
He is. We've had a chance to meet. I spent maybe 4.5 hours with him at his home. He had invited me down to discuss all sorts of important issues. We had a chance to both have, an intimate discussion about family dynamics. But we also discussed, preserving human consciousness and interplanetary travel. And we were able to oscillate from very personal, intimate things to very grand, abstract things. No ego, no obnoxiousness, no attempts to, try to, outrank each other. Just two guys, hopefully with good ideas, sitting together, who respect each other, having a fun conversation. I felt as though he had zero ego. And if anything, after, meeting him personally and chatting with him, I only learned to admire him that much more.
We know that Elon Musk and President Trump are two enormous characters. They had a very huge falling out, especially on social media. Are you hopeful that they can make amends?
That's a great question, because when I first heard of their rift, actually it was a friend of mine who used to be a former student of mine who wrote to me and said, hey, what do you think of your two guys fighting? And I was traveling. I said, what are you talking about? And so he was the one who broke the story to me. And I looked at that with great regret, because, look, the United States in particular, but the world in, more generally, is a much better place if those two, gigantic leaders see eye to eye, right? So it is my hope that, it certainly seems as though some of the venom has softened. So in an ideal world, they will hug it out, go back to being friends, and we will all benefit from that renewed friendship.
Could you broker a peace?
Well, I can certainly try. I don't know if I can deliver. I'm very well calibrated about what I can or can't do. So I can certainly reach out and try to broker it, whether they'll listen to me or not, or, whether it happens or not. Inshallah, only God knows.
A story that's absolutely dominated the news over the past week. It was the frankly Orwellian arrest of the Irish comedian Graham Linehan for his tweets made in the UK where he criticised the trans movement. What was your reaction, Gad?
Yeah, in a sense, I was surprised, because it's as if we're back to being in 2020 or 2022. But that actually speaks to a point that I've often made, where people write to me and say, hey, now that Donald Trump has started his second term, Dr. Saad, can we expect that all of this woke parasitic stuff will go away? And my answer is always an emphatic no, unfortunately. Yes, it's good that Donald Trump won. That doesn't mean that all of the nonsense and the Orwellian degeneracy is going to magically go away. It took 50 to 80 years for many of these ideas to first be spawned on academic campuses. So it's going to take a while for us to fully eradicate them. But to your more specific point, I'd like to contextualize what happened with that comedian with something that I talk about in The Parasitic Mind, and that is the distinction between deontological and consequentialist ethics. So let me break it down for you very quickly. Deontological ethics are absolute statements. So, for example, if I say, it is never okay to lie, that would be a deontological statement. A consequentialist statement would be, it's okay to lie if you wish to spare someone's feelings. So if your wife might ask you, do I look fat in those jeans? Then you might want to put on that consequentialist hat and say, absolutely not, you've never looked more beautiful. It might be a small white lie, but you're doing it out of love for your partner. And so there's a consequentialist ethos to it. But when it comes to foundational principles, presumption of innocence in the justice system, freedom of speech, freedom of inquiry, by definition, those have to be deontological. The second that you say, I believe in freedom of speech, but the second you put the but qualifier, you're a degenerate who doesn't understand what freedom of speech is. I am Jewish. I've had a very rough upbringing in my childhood in Lebanon, yet I support the right of Holocaust deniers to deny the Holocaust. There is almost nothing that you could think of that is more offensive than denying the Holocaust. Yet if I wish to live in a free society where freedom of speech is an enshrined principle, I have to put up with idiots, imbeciles, racists, and anti-Semites. So when Starmer says, hey, by you saying this, you are marginalizing the noble, holy trans people, that is exactly a consequentialist ethos. And it hurts me to no end that Britain, the place where many of these original principles, were spewed, is now turned into such a, not only Orwellian, but Kafkaesque reality. Terrible.
And speaking of Keir Starmer, what are your thoughts on him?
Well, Mrs. Starmer needs to see if there's a way for her to find some testicular fortitude. Now, I say this, some people will say, oh, but why do you speak in such a direct manner? Why can't you be more empathetic and kind? You know why? Because I'm disgusted that a country as founded in the principles that we now call liberty and freedom in the West, including in the United States, right, has sunk to such a low. When you can't talk about the grooming gangs in Britain because you don't want to offend a particular demographic group, where you care about managing the feelings of that group more than you care about protecting the bodily integrity of your children, that's probably not a good leader. So I don't have too many good things to say about that, Prime Minister.
You and your family escaped the civil war in Lebanon. Did real violence make you immune to the fake trauma obsessions in the West?
Yeah, great question. Look, one of the reasons why it's very difficult for people to try to cancel me and so on, because if they use the victimology narrative, the faux victimology narrative that is so often present in the West, then I pull out my real victimology cards, then suddenly they whittle away, because real victim versus fake victim, if that's the currency you want to use, then I'm going to win every single time. So because of that, because of the horrors that I've seen growing up in the Middle East as a Lebanese Jew, my parents were kidnapped by Fatah and tortured. We escaped execution. Death awaited us at every corner, every second of every day for that first year of the Civil War. Then I'm not very sympathetic, not only to faux victimology stories, but intergenerational victimology stories. Slavery did happen in the United States, but not today. So you don't get to wallow intergenerationally because something happened to someone who may or may not have been related to you 200 years ago. That doesn't minimize the horrors of slavery, but it says that what makes you stand tall and with dignity in Arabic, since I'm speaking on Al-Arabiya, it's someone with shakhsiyya. Shakhsiyya means they have a strong sense of self, someone with sharaf, someone who has honor. I overcome my victimology. Let me just for you to know. So my family escaped the Lebanese civil war. My parents were kidnapped and tortured by Fatah. My grandparents escaped Syria because they were Syrian Jews. My wife's family also escaped Lebanon because for also religious reasons. Her ancestors escaped the Armenian genocide. My brother-in-law's family escaped in the 1950s from Alexandria, Egypt, because they were Egyptian Jews. So within my lifetime, any family member that you could think of, whether by bloodline or by marriage, has faced horrifying victimology. And yet here I stand, happy that I exist, hoping to create a better world. Yes, my victimology story is part of my past, but what makes me who I am is that I've overcome it. So stop whining and get off the couch and do big things.
I agree with you, Gad. I'm from an Irish background, and I think obviously the Irish famine perpetrated by the British on Ireland, it was absolutely abhorrent. But I don't necessarily, I try not to think about it too much, and I try not to let it define me. How would you go about teaching this kind of resilience to young people now?
Well, it's certainly well, there are two ways. There are some things that the young people can do to build resilience, but also there are things that the caretakers of the young people should do in order to inculcate resilience in the young people. So let's start with the latter. When COVID finished, and I actually discussed this in my forthcoming book, Suicidal Empathy, when COVID finished and we were back to teaching in person, one of the first, if not the first departmental meeting we had was bathing in orgiastic, misplaced empathy. So here are the types of things that I would hear. Well, the students are no longer capable, because of the COVID lockdowns, to actually sit for 3 hours in a lecture. The students are no longer capable of taking notes. It's too onerous for them. it's too much to expect of students to have to do evaluative exercises like exams because they suffer from post-COVID stress. That's not how you build resilience. Let me draw a very good analogy. This is actually from this book right here, my book on happiness. I start one of the chapters, which actually deals with resilience and anti-fragility. I use a quote from the great Stoic Roman philosopher Seneca. I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but so I'll paraphrase it. He said that strong trees with deep roots, with strong trunks, are those that have been exposed to heavy wind stressors. That's precisely why they then evolve those strong roots. That's precisely why they evolve the strong trunk. The trees that have not been exposed to the wind stressors are very brittle. They're easy to uproot. By the way, that's exactly true of our immune system. So for example, if you take autoimmune diseases like asthma, children who are raised in very clean environments end up having greater incidence of asthma than children who are raised on farms with pet dander, with allergens, because our immune system expects to be challenged in order to then mount an optimal response. So at the very least, what we should be doing is, rather than always hugging our children and saying, they're there, it's okay, everybody gets a trophy. No, teach them about competition, teach them about resilience, teach them about dignity, and hopefully those things become an integral part of their personhoods.
And one thing I detest, Gad, is the polarized nature of politics. I'm probably going to get some flack for even speaking to you today by kind of some corners of the online media. As a Middle Eastern Jew, how did growing up as a minority shape your rejection of identity politics?
Well, it shaped it greatly. And that's why in chapter 1 of The Parasitic Mind, knowing that later I was going to critique identity politics, I wanted to share my story, because Lebanon is the perfect model of what happens to a society that is perfectly organized along identity politics lines, right? And in the case of Lebanon, it's according to which religion you belong to, right? So Lebanon, for example, has what's called a confessional parliamentary system, meaning that who the president is going to be, who the prime minister is going to be, who the speaker of the house is going to be, or the parliament, how many seats how many seats are going to be assigned to different sects, is all based on your religion. And as we know from Lebanon and Rwanda and Iraq and Syria and the Balkans, these kinds of fractured tribal identity politics societies don't really end up, with great outcomes. And so it very much shaped my subsequent positions, because what I love about the West, and I know it sounds as though it's just a cliche at this point, but it isn't. It's a really important lesson. Individual dignity supersedes collective identity. Yes, I may be a Lebanese Jew, and that is one marker of my identity, but I present myself to the world and to Al Arabiya as Gad Saad. I'm not a representative of the Lebanese people. I'm not a representative of the Jewish people. I'm not a representative of people who have green eyes. And so you judge me based on my qualities and my frailties. And so therefore, there is nothing worse than collective tribalism. And but by the way, if people only hear the last minute of what I just said in the Middle East and truly internalize it, the Middle East would be one of the most stunning, gorgeous places imaginable on earth.
That's what we hope, Gad. You're penning a new book at the moment called Suicidal Empathy. Do you feel like a kid in a candy shop with the amount of real-world examples you're able to cover in your book?
Well, the running joke is, because now, I've been speaking a lot about suicidal empathy for, a long time, so that it's gone completely viral. Millions and millions of people in perhaps 60 languages are now quoting and citing my suicidal empathy concept. But I always So people will write to me and say, God damn it, when is this book going to be ready, Professor? And I say, how can I be ready? How can it ever be ready when every single day when I wake up and I go on X, I now need to increase the size of the book by 50 new pages? And so one of the most difficult parts, frankly, has been to try to rein that in, because I've already cut 11,000 words from my book, because rather than using the 35,000 examples that I can use as a manifestation of suicidal empathy, I now have to ask myself, okay, I can't put all of these in the book. How should I strategically pick the best ones? So the biggest challenge for me has not been to write the book, but rather to cut out sections of the book.
It could be a trilogy.
From your lips to God's ear.
We're just out of time. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you, Gad. All the very best.
My pleasure. Take care. Cheers.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye. Now let's move stateside for a full debrief on the latest and greatest news lines that are coming out of the United States with Angie Wong, a Republican strategist who's based in Miami, Florida. Thanks so much for your time, Angie. I'd like to start off, after Russia's massive drone attack, what has been the response from the White House?
Yeah, certainly the U.S. and the White House has been watching very closely the 800 drones that had struck Ukraine over the last evening, and including a government building. And that was the first time that has happened. We're learning now that a lot of the drones had dummy heads, meaning that they weren't carrying weapons, but they were certainly guided. So President Trump had set a deadline for Putin to come and do a bilateral meeting with Zelensky. That deadline had passed last week, and President Trump has largely been quiet. But we are now hearing from the White House that President Trump is ready to put more sanctions on Putin. It seems as though President Trump has finally lost patience with Putin after rolling out the red carpet for him in Alaska. So we will see this week what type of sanctions President Trump is going to be rolling out. We're hearing some murmurs of hitting and freezing the bank accounts for various oligarchs here in the U.S. Those are the jurisdictions that we can control, and really getting to the center of Russia's power class. But we'll see what other sanctions can be afforded at this time. There were also some talks about stopping ghost ships that is carrying Russian crude oil to various parts of the world. Again, all options are on the table for President Trump. We'll see how far he goes with this.
There's been sanctions for years now. It seems that the Russian economy it has fared extremely well. Are further sanctions going to have any impact at all?
Yeah, and well, the latest one was secondary tariffs to India, and Prime Minister Modi of India basically went over into the arms of Putin and Xi, as we saw evident in last week's SCO meeting. And it's forming a very, very strange ally of Putin and Xi, Modi and others. And I think President Trump is watching that very carefully. In the background, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, along with Jameson Greer, tried to do a deal with Modi, and President Trump said no deal until they stop buying Russian crude oil. So these are hardliners. President Trump is examining all options right now, because what we don't want is a new axis of evil being formed between Putin, Xi and Modi. And I think that is what's, his tariffs on India has definitely pushed them all together. So I think President Trump is learning pretty quickly that these tariffs, this kind of American cowboy way of managing these tariffs may not be working for all parts of the world. And he's certainly scaled back quite a bit. And I think he's recalibrating this week.
With Trump being critical of NATO, how important are his European allies now?
I think President Trump was really hoping that NATO and EU leaders would step up and help Ukraine so that the U.S. does not have to get involved, certainly with any troops on the ground. I think that is a hard no for President Trump, is not to commit any sort of U.S. troops into this war. NATO and EU, obviously, they were invited to the White House following the Alaska summit between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. And it looked great, certainly for the cameras, but at the end of the day, not much was done. Last week, some of the countries in the EU have pledged peace troops to go into helping secure the Ukraine-Russia border, but only post-war. So we have to get there first. Right now is what can we do to get Putin to the table to meet with Zelensky? And of course, Putin had teased, I'm happy to meet Zelensky, but in Moscow. And of course, Zelensky's not happy about that, and he's counter-proposing to meet somewhere else. So right now, it's a war of words. Putin is going to continue bombing Ukraine, and I think that is where we are right now. It is a very, very hard line. Putin wants to get into Ukraine and wants to take his territories, if not more. And it doesn't appear as though NATO or EU leaders are doing anything very, very proactive about it. They're waiting for Trump's instructions. So I think that's where Trump is right now. He's either going to pivot or he's going to double down. But right now, additional sanctions are on the table. He's already warned Putin that that's going to happen. But whether or not that's going to be enough to actually move Putin to stop, no one knows.
Moving on to domestic matters in the United States, over 300 South Koreans were detained at a raid at a Hyundai plant. What do you make of this case?
You know, it's a very interesting case because President Trump has taken a very different tone in this ICE raid versus other ICE raids. This one is much less harsh, and it's because a lot of it's wrapped up in politics. Remember, the South Korean President Lee, had just visited the White House 2 weeks ago. During those discussions at the White House, President Lee had committed a $150 billion investment in the U.S., especially in its shipping industries, and in trade of a reduction of U.S. tariffs to 15%. After the raid of about 300 illegal migrants working in Georgia at the Hyundai factory, that investment all of a sudden jumped up to $350 billion. So, you know, I don't know if that was already in place or maybe that was on the higher end of their negotiations 2 weeks ago. This has certainly been, I'm not saying it's a negotiation tactic, but that is what has happened. It's a very calm and deal-making Trump that South Korea is dealing with versus kind of the harsher Tom Holman-style negotiations on the other side with other illegal crossings where, you know, detainees are just getting shipped back or they're getting sent to Alligator, Alcatraz, and things like that. This one is done a lot more peacefully, and Trump has changed his tone. He has said, you know, maybe we do need to train Americans to work in these factories. Maybe we need that versus just bringing in illegals and having them overstay their visas.
And it's obviously clear Trump is trying to send a message. If you're an illegal immigrant in America and you're caught working, you will be deported.
Yes, and I hope all American companies and companies working in America will respect our immigration laws. You know, you have to have legal documentation to work here in the U.S. Those companies who have skirted the laws for many, many years, they're getting caught out. And there are going to be ICE raids around the country because of it. So this was a very important lesson for all companies who are hosting and paying for illegal migrants working here illegally. Trump has given Hyundai its own self-audit. It's time to self-correct. And hopefully there are no fines going to Hyundai. And maybe that's where the additional amounts of U.S. investments is coming in, because I'm sure South Korea knows that it will please Trump, and maybe it will have less harsh repercussions because of it. But it is a very different tone that Trump is taking here, only because they're wrapped up in negotiation right now for a U.S. trade deal. And I do hope that other countries are watching this episode saying, okay, well, maybe we have to get rid of the illegal migrants before ICE comes in. It's a very bad look for the company.
President Trump has stated that foreign firms in America, they must hire American workers. Is this realistic?
It absolutely is realistic. I mean, I know we have some training to make up and our industries are modernizing, but those are the laws. I could not go to Rome and just start working for an Italian company just because I feel like it as an American. You know, there are procedures to all this. If not, everyone can come in and start working in American companies. I feel protected as an American that my workplace will be filled with Americans who are paying American tax dollars, right? That's the other thing that, you know, doesn't get touched on. A lot of the illegals here, well, they don't necessarily pay taxes, but yet they benefit from all the American benefits of taxpayers. So I, for one, I'm happy to see it happening. I'm surprised at the numbers, and I'm surprised for a major company like Honda to actually employ illegals, as much as 300 illegals. Remember, 475 people were arrested at the Hyundai factory over the weekend. That's quite a bit of the workforce. I don't know how large their entire workforce is, but that's a good percentage. And, you know, I think this should be a warning call to all American companies hosting illegals.
Moving on to a tragic story in America now. A Ukrainian refugee was stabbed to death on a train. This has got a huge amount of coverage over the past few days. What's been your reaction?
Oh, it's been the most senseless murder, and it was so horrible to watch, especially since it was captured on video and went viral. I'm happy to hear that Representative Randy Fine and other congressional members are now penning a bill that will hold judges accountable for releasing these repeat offenders. The accused murderer has been released out of prison 14 times and let back into society and onto our streets to create more harm, and in this case, murdering someone senselessly. So I think it's a time that America has a really hard look at repeat offenders, because we're letting them out and hoping that they will self-correct, that they will no longer harm if they were given a 15th chance. This case should never have happened, and it's completely senseless. I'm just happy to see our congressional members do something about it.
We've seen this a lot in the West. It's happened in the UK, it's happened all over Europe, and it's happening in America. Recurring felons being released. This is just a failure by the state to protect the citizens.
That is correct. I mean, public safety, if nothing else, should be what elected officials do. And our judges here, as well as our elected officials, are championing the criminals, and they're protecting the criminals and trying to rehabilitate them versus maybe just the harsher punishment, which is to lock them up. I personally would like to see the media publish the names of the judges that allowed this guy to come out onto the streets 14 times after horrible crimes that he's committed. But there is a huge problem. I think the focus has to be on repeat offenders. Some people cannot be rehabilitated. They have to be locked up. President Trump just last week was talking about reopening insane asylums, something that we haven't spoken about since the 1980s when Ronald Reagan shut them down. But maybe it's time to do that, because clearly not only was this a violent act, it was also a mental health issue. And I think a lot of people are, whether they're full-on criminals or halfway in between, they need help. And there's nowhere to seek help. And unfortunately, a lot of them live on subways and on public transport, and they commit crimes because they can't help themselves. So please take them off our streets. Please make everyone safe. If nothing else, that's what elected officials have to do.
And Sean Duffy, the US Transport Secretary, again, to touch on a point that you touched on, he's blamed the local officials for not acting sooner. Surely the burden of responsibility is on them.
That's right. And the mayor of Charlotte, where this incident occurred, had come out looking for reforms and for, for feel-good clemency on this guy who murdered someone cold-heartedly. And there's even a GoFundMe account set up to help the murderer or the alleged murderer. And it's not, it's one of those things where I think it's a little bit backwards when clearly the public sees this is happening. It's very, very dangerous. Many people were even blaming the victim for sitting in front of him without having her eyes on a potential predator. I mean, this is not the victim's fault whatsoever. She just got on a train and she was minding her own business. But this is where we are in a society. To me, these are all just talking points from the left because the reality is we're not safe on our streets and we do need to do something about it. It does take moments like this for things to change. So I'm very happy to see various congressional members penning a bill as we speak to hold those accountable.
And speaking about safety on the streets of America, we've seen Donald Trump put the National Guard into Washington, which has had a huge impact. As he said, crime has dropped by over 90%. How concerned are average Americans about crimes in cities like DC, New York, LA?
Yes, residents are very happy to see National Guard on our streets protecting its citizens. A lot of these cities that President Trump are going into, they've had their police budgets slashed, or police freezes on hiring. And there's been a lot of anti-cop rhetoric over the years, especially in these blue cities. So for the first time, we're welcoming the National Guard. Now, remember, National Guard does not have any arresting powers. All they can do is facilitate the local police there. So I think a lot of this scare and fear mongering coming from the left is not justified because the National Guard are really there just to patrol and to be deterrents. And if needed, they can assist with arrests, but they cannot actually arrest any perpetrators themselves. So, as someone who's not committing crimes, just walking down the street, I personally welcome them, especially seeing them in the subways late at night and things like that. And I know there's been a lot of pushback. Mayor Johnson of Chicago has even signed an executive order ordering his local police, the Chicago police, to not work with federal law enforcement. In Chicago, that's going to be a catch-22 because law enforcement is not going to fight law enforcement. And what Chicago has done over the weekend is to call their proxy armies of protesters to come out. The reason why I say it's a catch-22 is because if these protesters actually got violent or somehow intruded into public safety, guess what? That gives President Trump justification to bring in the National Guard into Chicago. That didn't happen, but maybe it might happen in other cities.
And just lastly, speaking about blue cities, what do you make of Bernie Sanders, who's backed at Zohran Mamdani, obviously the presidential hopeful in New York? He also met with AOC.
That's right. They met in Astoria, Queens over the weekend. Look, it was 3 billionaires talking about socialism over the weekend in Queens. I just found that photo op to be very, very funny. Here's the truth, New York. You're likely going to get a Mamdani mayor in November. Polly Market has a Mamdani win at 82%, and that was a mid-July poll that was taken. I'm a little bit nervous about it, but at the same time, I realize that if it's going to be AOC, Bernie Sanders, Mamdani heading the Democratic Party, well, that's going to be an easy win for Republicans in 2026 and 28. These three characters, they are the face of the Democrat Party right now. And I think that for the Democratic Party to take on 3 socialists, that is not the direction of this country. We are a capitalist society. We love the American dream. We do not want a command economy. So I think that this is going to be easier for Republicans to take back all the houses and local seats because of three socialists running the Democrat line.
We're just out of time. Angie Wong, Republican strategist, thanks so much for your time. Hello and welcome to Global News Today with me, Micheál Prendergast. And coming up in today's show, He's been called outspoken, even controversial, and even courageous. It's Dr. Massim Al-Hotra, the cardiologist and advisor to US Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He's made global headlines after suggesting a link between COVID vaccines and rising cancer cases, including those within the UK royal family. He joins me to explain what he said and to respond to the backlash. Thank you so much for your time, Massim. You've made a lot of global headlines over the past few days after your speech at Reform UK's conference, a party led by Nigel Farage, who are currently flying high in the polls at the UK at the moment. In a speech, you quoted Angus Dalgleish, a leading oncologist, who said, "It's highly likely that the COVID vaccines have been a factor, a significant factor, in the cancers of the members of the royal family." What has been your response to the backlash?
Thank you for having me on, Michal. So I think the first thing to mention is that the reason that that came up is my talk was about how to make Britain healthy again. And the ultimate conclusion is that we will not solve the healthcare crisis until we correct commercial distortions of the scientific evidence. And what leading people to that ultimate quote was based upon the fact that the highest level of evidence revealed more harm than good from the COVID mRNA vaccines. And this is the reason why in America recently, Robert Kennedy Jr. and the US administration have cancelled $500 million worth of investments into mRNA technology for vaccines. The chief medical officer within HHS, Stephen Hatfield, in an interview regarding the analysis that led to that decision, mentioned the fact that the mRNA vaccine is having lots of really detrimental effects on the body, short, medium, long term, including interfering with tumor suppressor genes. So for a doctor hearing that, automatically what that means is there is a suggestion from that one of the reasons that they have decided to stop this technology investment is because it may be causing cancer. And that really replicates it for quite some time now, at least a year or two. Professor Angus Dalgleish, who is one of Britain's most published and eminent oncologists, he was behind the original discovery that CD4 cells were involved in HIV. He's also an immunology background. He's very unique. He has been talking about the fact that, certainly from an observation to start with, in many of his patients who've had cancer, who went into remission, almost all of them who had boosters were having relapses. And he then discovered there were many different mechanisms of harm, which are well published in the literature now, of potential mechanisms of how the mRNA technology can cause cancer. He said that many of his colleagues around the world in many different countries are seeing the same thing. So you've got published evidence, you've got mechanism of harm, we've got clearly people are aware that there has been an increase, certainly in many countries that are highly vaccinated, in cancer incidence in young people in particular. So I felt that it was important to mention this, and he asked me specifically to say that he felt, given the fact that, the whole world is still quite shocked with the fact that several members of the royal family, although I didn't name them, but you know who they are, have developed cancer, which seemed out of keeping with what you would expect their health to be, especially some of the younger members of the family. So that was important for me to mention because that was part of the reason why they banned the technology in the USA. And of course, one of my roles is advising MAHA Action, and I have a long-standing, professional and friendly relationships with Robert Kennedy Jr., Jay Bhattacharya, head of NIH, senior scientists in NIH, people at HHS, FDA. I'm in constant, regular communication with these people. So that was the reason for making that statement.
Wes Streeting, who is the Health Secretary in the UK, he called it shockingly irresponsible for Reform to allow you to speak at their conference. How do you respond?
It's interesting. Wes Streeting, I think he said something around the use of the word of poisonous lies, which of course is defamatory and unfortunate that he would say that. To give him the benefit of the doubt, there's actually an interesting historical incident that there are parallels with Wes Streeting's comment, which is, of course, that he didn't say that he'd seen my whole speech. He was responding to a media reaction. So I can almost certainly guarantee you that Wes Streeting has not even heard the talk. which is unfortunate for him to then make such a comment. But a few years ago, in 2019, the Mail on Sunday did what could only be described at that point as a real hatchet job on myself and two other scientists, one a GP, the one a nutrition scientist, Zoe Harcum, was a nutrition scientist, and Dr. Malcolm Kendrick, and myself, where we were accused in the newspaper of spreading deadly propaganda around statins, cholesterol-lowering drug. And ultimately, there was a libel claim brought by Zoe Harcum and Malcolm. I decided not to get involved for a number of reasons. My mum had just died. I didn't think it was worth it. I wanted to carry on my campaigning and just take it on the chin, but the editorial in that newspaper said there's a place belongs in hell for doctors who say statins don't work. Not that we ever said that, so this is also misleading. But what made the headlines is that Matt Hancock, who was Secretary of State for Health at the time, he had been used clearly by the Mail on Sunday to say that essentially there's no place in the NHS for people like these or these lies, which is almost similar to what Wes Streeting said, which is quite interesting. Now, what emerged in the case is that Matt Hancock, I had met him a week earlier in Parliament when I went there to give a talk about how type 2 diabetes can be put into remission through a low-carbohydrate diet. I gave him a copy of my book, The Piopi Diet. I had a good rapport with him. And as soon as this story came out, I messaged Matt and I said, Matt, I said, what's going on here, this story? And he said, Asim, I had no idea they were referring to you. So think about that for a second, Michal. The Mail on Sunday had basically gone to Matt Hancock, hadn't named who these people were, probably said something which was taken out of context. He responded to something which was misleading. And then that becomes the story where we are then essentially libeled. And they won the case. And it was reported in the BMJ last year that Zoe Harcum and Malcolm Kendrick won that libel case. So this is a warning, by the way, to all journalists who are watching this, who have been involved in this particular situation, what can go wrong. And this is what I see has happened with Wes Streeting. It's an unfortunate comment. But the bigger issue is this, Michal. We have a massive problem right now of what I describe as a pandemic of vaccine injured, based upon best available evidence, that has been analyzed by independent scientists. I mean that independent drug industry influence. And that has also, played out in the United States with this recent directive, which I mentioned earlier on the mRNA. And this is not going away. And to attack those who are exposing this with good evidence in a measured way and mislabel them and smear them, what it does is it undermines the credibility in the media that are doing this, the legacy media, which is already on the way down, right? And this isn't good. We don't want legacy media to lose trust. We want good journalism. This is one of the main reasons, in my view, there's been a big rise in alt media, is because people ultimately see through this, and that alt media then has a bigger influence. And certainly when it comes to the US election, I have no doubt that the likes of Joe Rogan and Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, Russell Brand, the people who have been giving people a more complete picture through their platforms, that has made people lose trust as well, contributed to further loss of trust in the legacy media because people are seeing greater truth. And that ultimately helps influence win Donald Trump the election by the margin that he won it by, because Robert Kennedy Jr. joined him. So I don't think this is a good thing because it creates more distrust in the establishment. And also one of the things that has, I've been accused of separately or been asked by is that, or people like me who are raising safety concerns about the vaccine. I'm not anti-vax, I'm pro-vaccine safety, I'm pro-good science, I'm pro-ethical evidence-based medical practice in keeping with General Medical Council guidelines on informed consent. This is what I'm an advocate for, is that the real danger here, and this has been shown, is that when you are not honest and open when things go wrong, in particular around concerns of negative side effects of vaccines, and there's published literature on this, the people that withhold the information, they lose trust, increases anger, and the way to combat this, to sustain trust and reduce even fueling conspiracy theories, is to be honest and open when the information becomes available.
You spoke about Wes Streeting, that he smeared you. He also said that your remarks are dangerous extremism. Is it dangerous for him to actually say that?
Yeah, what's interesting is one of the things the irony in all of this, and people must please go and watch the talk. Ensure there's a link, for example, when you put this out for people to watch it. Okay, you can judge for themselves. I don't believe people are stupid. They're intelligent enough when presented with all the information to make their own conclusions. 18-minute talk. In the talk, I used published, well-established academic literature on how big corporations exert their power to control a narrative. And one of the ways, of course, they do it is by influencing and capturing the media, and we know they've done that through the pandemic. Rochelle Walensky, for example, one of the former senior people of the CDC, once she left her role, said that her optimism from the COVID vaccine came from a CNN news report, okay? So the media has a very powerful role to play, even influencing the minds and thoughts of people in senior health policy positions.
And what Wes said, is it dangerous? Is it dangerous for politicians to come out with these sweeping statements without having the research?
I think it is. But also the point I was going to make, Michal, is one of the ways that big corporations exert their power is through a mechanism called opposition fragmentation. So what that means is to stop this information getting out of people who genuinely have good science behind them, have integrity, care about patients, to expose the shortcomings of the drug industry and, for example, harms of various medications, the lack of informed consent, is that there are character assassinations that happen. So for me, this response from Wes Streeting, and he may not be aware of it, is that ultimately he's being played by these corporate influences that are there to try and undermine the credibility of people like me, so they sustain the status quo. But it's not working anymore because we've got other means of communication. The trust is declining. And just, I also take it as a backhanded compliment. One of my inspirations is Mahatma Gandhi, who, of course, effectively and rightly, advocated non-violent resistance, to unjust, unethical laws, for example. And Gandhi said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then you win. So for me, taking a step back, dispassionately, this is all predictable in many ways. But the point is, it's got out there. There was a standing ovation at the Reform Conference. Many people there came up to me, were really, I think, moved by my speech, because it's very clear when you watch it. And the irony is I almost predicted through my speech this was what was going to happen. This is following the corporate playbook, adopted initially set up by Big Tobacco, right? You've got to remember that for 50 years, they avoided any real regulation on cigarette consumption, 50 years from when there was links between smoking and lung cancer, by planting doubt, confusing the public, buying the loyalty of scientists, and outright denial, to the extent that in 1994, the level of that denialism was they swore under oath in front of US Congress that they did not believe that smoking causes lung cancer or nicotine was addictive. And, part of their strategy was to get doctors to endorse cigarettes, Michal. We're seeing history repeat itself in many ways with big pharma in general. And a lot of this is groupthink. I have no doubt in my mind, 99.99% of doctors are well-meaning. They're intelligent people. They want to do best for their patients. But one of the shortcomings or vulnerabilities within the medical profession is it is hierarchical and obedient, which is a risk factor for abuse of power. And that power is being exerted more than ever by big corporations who are pathologically self-interested when it comes to making money. And I made the point, for example, that Pfizer, in the summer of 2021, by that stage, there was evidence showing that the COVID vaccine had no significant effect on preventing from infection. Even Pfizer admitted they did do the studies to show it was not preventing transmission. And at that stage, we did have evidence from yellow card reports from VAERS system in the United States that the vaccine was causing significant harm, and certainly at that stage, at the very least, killing people, maybe in small numbers at that point in time. We know it's probably significant now. I mentioned, certainly if you go back to square one, it is highly likely, at a bare minimum, in the short term, that the COVID mRNA vaccines have either caused serious harm or killed millions of people around the globe.
Anti-vaxxer is a term that's often used by your opponents to criticize you. Do you think the term has been weaponized, and how do you respond to people out there who call you a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, so I think, unfortunately, I think anti-vaxxer has been weaponized. And I tweeted out today, asking the question, should those that use the term anti-vaxxer be arrested?
Should they?
As a form of hate speech. As a form of hate speech, let me finish. Especially if they use that term against people who have been vaccine injured, who have lost a relative or child as a result of the COVID vaccines. It's quite disgusting and it's quite shameful at the very least, Michal. And I think we need to start calling it out. I myself have been diagnosed by a doctor. This is not something it didn't come from me. This came from them. And I was initially shocked, but it made sense to me, of being vaccine injured because the COVID vaccine has been shown from research to obliterate, and certainly some people, and it happened with me, one of the most important gut bacteria called bifido, okay? And mine was at 0. And I had symptoms because I had a flare-up of an autoimmune condition. I'm still dealing with it. It's getting worse slowly, unfortunately, which is psoriasis. I had clinical depression. Of course, I've had a lot of tragedy in my life. That can also be part of it, but that can also explain why you get depression as well. So I'm vaccine injured. My father, who died, in my view, almost certainly as a result of the COVID vaccine that he'd taken 6 months earlier through a mechanism of accelerating heart disease, had a cardiac arrest, is also a victim of vaccine injury. So those people who are, they need to think a little bit more of who they are using this term against. One of somebody I know who was also a patient of mine, who's been very public, a very powerful advocate standing up for vaccine injured, is a man called John Watts from Scotland. And he was described, he very boldly questioned Rishi Sunak about the fact that the vaccine injured have been forgotten, if you like, on a debate that was featured by Sky News last year. And I won't name this person, people can look it up, but there was a well-known, respected broadcast, he's a journalist for the Daily Mirror. And in response to that, he talked about this anti-vaxxer heckling Rishi Sunak. This man has been debilitated quite significantly for long periods of time from vaccine injury. So therefore, I want to repeat this. Use of this term anti-vaxxer is unhelpful, and I think it is disgusting and it is shameful.
You're an advisor to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is currently the US Health Secretary. He called the COVID vaccine the most deadly in history. Is the US more open to your views than the UK?
I think yes and no. I think among large sections of the American population and politicians, it is very much open. Of course, you've seen, I've been on so many podcasts from Rogan to Megyn Kelly to Tucker, who have all been very supportive and sympathetic to the message that I have advocated for, which again, let me repeat this, Michal. I am an advocate, and I would say obsessively so, for ethical, evidence-based medical practice and informed consent. Let me repeat that. Ethical, evidence-based medical practice and informed consent. And that also means that you have to come and speak from a place of integrity. In the UK, I had to sign essentially an oath when I was a trustee of the King's Fund, prestigious organization. I served a full term for them for 6 years, that influences government health policy, to say that I would adhere to the 7 Nolan principles of public life, which are basically should be adhered to by anyone who has a role in public life, which means teachers, doctors, the police and politicians. And I know off by heart what those 7 principles are: selflessness, objectivity, integrity, accountability, honesty, openness, and leadership. When I gave a speech in the House of Commons dining area for the Global Health Awards, where I received an award a couple of months ago for excellence in public health communication, I was honored to receive that. I gave a keynote speech talking about the harms of the COVID vaccine and the problems with the healthcare crisis. And I asked the audience there, and there were politicians there, there were doctors, leading doctors there were members from the pharmaceutical industry there. And I said to them, can anyone here name the 7 Nolan principles? There was one person actually that put their hand up, okay? Only one person. This should be the forefront of our consciousness. I said in my talk that the problem, one of the reasons is collectively positions of leadership, even amongst the public, but certainly people are, in positions of responsibility, is that we have deviated from a baseline of integrity. And the reason for that, the root cause for that, is a system that has been corporatized. And in this case, we have a tyrannical, corporatized big pharma entity, unfortunately, that is out of control, And everything we are seeing being played out now in terms of the backlash and the conflict is, in my view, as a result of that.
How can you win against Big Pharma?
We have a gross injustice going on. I believe in freedom of speech and democracy. And ultimately, my aim is to help my individual patients and improve population health. So one is, first of all, an understanding that medical knowledge is under commercial control, but most doctors know that, so we make it exposed. And then things will change accordingly, where we have to remove commercial conflicts of interest over health policy and medical decision-making. How do we do that? As Gandhi taught us, my inspiration in many ways, continue to make the injustice visible. And that's what we're doing. That's what you are doing right now by giving me an opportunity to respond to all of the media frenzy and shoddy journalism, let's call it out for what it is, across many mainstream newspapers in the last few days.
Speaking of that, Asim, it was Ed Balls, the former Shadow Chancellor of the UK. He said he was flabbergasted by you. What's your response to Ed Balls?
You know what was interesting? I'm glad you've raised that. Is that this was on Good Morning Britain, and they didn't name me, which was interesting, okay? Good Morning Britain, by the way, who follow me on X, they have come to me over several years. I've been one of their so-called favorites as doctors to come and talk about health issues. In 2020, I was the one who suggested Boris Johnson likely got admitted to hospital with COVID because of his weight. It became a big story. And ultimately, Boris Johnson agreed with that. I said this has likely played a role from all the analysis of the research I'd done, but it was quite obvious to me. In 2021, February, Good Morning Britain, Ed Balls, if you're watching this, you probably don't know this, utilized me to help tackle vaccine hesitancy for the COVID vaccine. I'd had 2 shots myself. I went there to help tackle vaccine hesitancy amongst people from ethnic minority backgrounds. So it looks quite odd. Let me be honest, I'm not here to criticize Good Morning Britain. There's a lot of good people there. I have a friendship, I would say, with Susanna Reid. You know, we WhatsApp each other. You know, she's asked me for medical advice in the past, okay? She's an excellent journalist. But the point here is for Ed Balls, it really probably makes him look ridiculous. And I think if he sees this interview, he's probably going to be very, very embarrassed.
We're just out of time. Dr. Asim Malhotra, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Michal.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Paul, what do you see as the positives out of Donald Trump's second term in presidency so far?
Boy, it is really hard, honestly. I think the positives will be in the reaction to the things that he's done. My hope is that the public has been given the government they chose. Nothing that Trump is doing was outside of what he was signaling and overtly saying he was going to do. The majority of the country, or at least the plurality of the country, voted for this. They're getting it good and hard. I do, in the end, believe in the wisdom of the voters, but they have to feel the effects. And if the effects are what I think they're going to be, and they're not going to be good, you could have a resurgence in this country of a belief that a well-funded, well-managed government is important, that a well-managed set of alliances is important, and we could find ourselves in a better new era, one that we've not felt, certainly in my professional lifetime, when the two parties were at such loggerheads.
The thing is that even if it was a close election, people still voted Donald Trump in.
Yes.
And those who support him often say, well, what makes him different from a regular politician, some don't see him as a politician, is that he at least does what, as you just indicated, he does what he said he would.
Well, honestly, all presidents do. If you look at the literature on presidential promise keeping, presidents work very hard to pass the legislation and do the executive orders that they said they were going to do on the campaign trail. I think what makes Donald Trump different, I mean, a lot makes Donald Trump different, is I think people really do think he speaks his mind. And he honestly says things that you're not supposed to say, and people love that.
Now, you knew a very different Democratic Party, especially your time working during, with the White House and President Clinton. But of course, there was a lot before that too, in terms of the way the Democratic Party was different. Many commentators wonder if there are any viable figures left in the Democratic Party now to stir up the voters. It seems that it's really missing the kind of charisma it needs to present a real challenge to the Republicans. How do you see that?
Well, there's some very good talent out there in the Democratic Party. I worked for one of the great talents of all time, Bill Clinton. And he was followed by another once-in-a-lifetime talent, Barack Obama. The question is, and it required talent of that level for the Democrats to win. It did not require talent at that level for the Republicans to win. They made it with George W. Bush, who had neither the verbal skills nor the policy understanding of Obama and Clinton or Donald Trump. So the question is there once in a lifetime levels of talent out there? I don't see it, but there's some good people.
Just give me, so I have a perspective on why you feel Bill Clinton and perhaps Barack Obama were talented.
First of all, they had a feel for average Americans because they were. They had come from humble backgrounds. Two, they managed to present themselves as presidents for the whole country, even if half of the country didn't see it that way. But they certainly tried. Three, especially Bill Clinton, was a policy genius and entrepreneur. And a political genius who could move the puzzle pieces of policy ideas around in his mind, tweak them, put them together in a governing vision. And even people who didn't necessarily understand all the policies could feel the power and integrity of what it was, that it was something new, something different, something better. And I think Obama had a little bit of that too. I don't see that. I haven't seen that for a while. And that's what Democrats need to figure out.
One more thought on the Democrats. There was all kinds of reasons why, given by people, analysts, on why Kamala Harris didn't really make it that people predicted she might. What did you think was wrong? Was it that America was not ready for a woman, perhaps not a woman of color? What was the reason that she didn't really click with you?
Yes and yes. I think that was an uphill battle. I think she ran a great campaign. I can barely fault her. She had a bad hand coming in. It was very last minute. I think she did remarkably well. She is not a policy person. Big ideas, vision, that's not her thing. Not that she's not fluent in it. It's just not her first instinct or first love. And I think she struggled a little bit to present. There is no vision without the right policy background, building blocks. And she had pieces of them, but it didn't develop into. And again, she was hampered by the fact that she was so closely tied to an administration whose leader was so old and was coming off such a tough period.
When do you think America would be ready for a woman president? Hollywood has them all the time now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we're on the verge. It could happen at any time. I don't think it's unreasonable to, but we might not be there yet.
Especially, a lot of people would say because of Trump having so many supporters visible now, and they wouldn't be the kind that would want a woman president.
Well, those supporters are not going to vote for a Democrat, so that's not.
It could be either side. I mean, Republican.
Yeah, correct. Boy, it's a lot harder to see the Republicans supporting for a woman getting through the Republican primaries than a woman getting through the Democratic primaries. That's for sure.
It's interesting. Comedian Zach Galifianakis did a satirical interview with Barack Obama, in which he started by asking, "What's it like to be the last black president?" When do you think America would be ready for another president of ethnic minority, color, whatever it would be?
Oh, I think they're ready now. I don't read race into the choices that Americans make to the extent that some others read that. I think it's there, even for voters who have racial animus and who are voting based on race. They hate to be called out on it, and they don't want to think of themselves that way. And it's fighting words in this point in our country to call somebody racist. That wasn't the case when I was growing up. People were open racists. So it's a big deal. I think Barack Obama shows it's a deal that can be overcome. And I think we're going to see that with a woman, and I think we're going to see that maybe with a Pakistani American.
Okay, let's see. Yes, you're talking now about New York.
Yes, and I'm also talking about Leigh Khan, another very impressive young Pakistani intellectual who ran the Federal Trade Commission and was there when Mamdani won the race.
Let me get you to put on your journalistic hat now, Paul, and ask how you regard the way the current administration treats the media. What's your perspective on that?
Again, never seen anything like it. Openly giving preferences to openly right-wing outlets and openly transactionally trying to limit what mainstream journalists can say and do by, challenging the regulations and other activities that affect their corporations. It's really the kinds of things you see in autocracies like Russia, Turkey, et cetera. We've never seen anything like it in the United States.
Yet now we have social media, which is a little more independent and outside the control of big institutions, the government included to some degree. What impact could that have going down the road?
Well, it may be in some ways outside the direct control of the federal government, but it's also under the thumb of oligarchs, right? And those oligarchs need the federal government. So really, in Trump's view, nothing should be outside his power. And he has been remarkable in utilizing powers that no other president would have used because it's evil, right, and anti-democratic. He's using them. And so, Katie barred the door. We don't know where this ends.
There are regular stories of journalists being targeted for saying something negative about the administration or the president directly himself. What does that say about the state of freedom of speech in the USA now?
Again, other presidents, look, I was in the Clinton administration during the Monica Lewinsky period. Believe me, the colleagues that I worked with and the president himself did not hold the media in high regard, did not think they were being truthful, did not think they were being fair, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Sorry, an aside, were you asked to advise on that, what Bill Clinton should
Fortunately not. Fortunately not. That was all siloed in the legal department, and the rest of us were free to do the business of the people. But never in a million years would the Clinton administration, or really any administration, countenance the vindictiveness, the retribution, the targeting of individual journalists, the targeting of individual news outlets that we're seeing today.
Have you, as a Washington journalist, someone who's been an insider for a long time, have you had any sense of being able to speak freely now, or do you feel you are at risk?
Fortunately, I don't. I have a very small magazine. We don't have any direct funding from either government, or corporations that are being affected by government. We speak our minds, and we are a magazine that is an opinion-driven, investigative magazine. So we can be open with what we think, as I have been with you in this interview. Sure. The demands on other mainstream organizations of, presenting the facts and not presenting their own opinions and their own analysis. For those folks who do a remarkable job, my greatest admiration. I don't know how they managed to do it.
I should, by the way, just point out, it's interesting for me to learn that you were an unpaid intern at the Washington Monthly many, many years ago, and then finally end up as editor-in-chief there.
Yeah.
For over 2 decades.
And for that reason, I resisted ever paying our interns until I had a rebellion on my hands from my colleagues, and now we pay them reasonably well.
But when you became editor, I think 2001, editor-in-chief.
Correct.
Yeah? It was a very different time, wasn't it?
Yes. It seemed difficult and dark at the time. We had an administration, George W. Bush, that was breaking new ground in dissembling and policy amateurishness. And yet we look back on it now and it's kind of golden age of Republican, administrations compared to where we're at today. But all of the underlying forces that we're seeing in full bloom today were moving in this direction back then. And what we didn't know is the degree to which they would become in full bloom.
That's the speed.
And the speed. It hasn't taken very long. I've been doing this for 24 years, and I thought there would be at some point a reverse reaction among the Republican base and Republican lawmakers. And you saw that almost happen in the Bush years, but it was overwhelmed. And the sort of isolationism that Pat Buchanan tapped early, the anti-immigrant passions that Donald Trump tapped, the shift among Republicans toward the non-college educated voter, and the movement of college-educated voters to the Democratic Party that was already beginning to happen in the 90s. Now it's in full fruition. It's almost as if you have two different parties representing two different Americas.
So, Paul, overall, if you were to assess the state of the US media now, what condition is it in?
Well, economically, it is in terrible shape. The capacities of journalistic outlets to raise the money, the profits, the revenues that they need to do their jobs has just been declining, especially at the local level, but even at the national level, for many years, largely as a result of a combination of technology and monopoly, right? You have Google and other, but primarily Google, Facebook somewhat, Amazon somewhat, taking the advertising revenues that used to support journalism and hoarding them through, their monopoly power. And you just, you've seen now Google, the federal courts have determined Google broke the law in monopolizing the ad technology, and we'll see where that leads. But it leaves most journalistic outlets scrambling to raise money, scrambling to find audiences. And it's remarkable to me that we're seeing journalism of the quality we're seeing in such an impoverished environment.
So now, Paul, I'm going to turn to a time when you had a lot of responsibility, a very interesting and important time in your life, of course, when you were a speechwriter for Bill Clinton. And I want to touch on this because it's nice to get the insider perspective. And I wonder, here you are, you're responsible for the words that come out of the president's mouth. What sort of burden, what sort of stress does that put on you as a speechwriter for the president? And, how stressful is that position when you know what they're going to say is what you wrote?
It is a stressful position. It is requires an immense amount of hours, an immense focus. I've never felt that stress that I did in those 2.5 years. Fortunately, you're not doing it alone. You're part of a team. I was one of 6 to 8 speechwriters who divided up the work. We were working with the senior advisors to the president. We were circulating the speeches with those folks, getting input from those folks. So you had a net under you. And of course, President Clinton famously was his own author and would not be afraid to chop your text into pieces and write his own words on the margins. And
but collaboratively, I presume.
Sometimes. Sometimes, he was giving, when I was there, 2 or 3 addresses, speeches, press hits a day. So often he would have the text in front of him a few hours before he had to go in front of the cameras. But it was enough time for him to sit there and fiddle with it. And, he, like many good politicians, can extemporize. There's a famous story about Bill Clinton in his first State of the Union address being fed the wrong version of the speech, recognizing that, and while the correct version was being fed into the teleprompter, not missing a beat because he was able to remember what it was he was supposed to say.
Presumably, as a speechwriter for president, you have to, and it will take time, learn what the strengths and weaknesses are when it comes to, the way you phrase things. I mean, I know this, if ever I have to take as a news reader, for example, when I was doing that rather than a show host, I would have to see words often quite last minute. But also the style of writing would be important. So I guess you have to kind of get in the flow with the person you're writing for.
You do. And, with Bill Clinton, he was famously a vernacular speaker. He didn't want to sound like John Kennedy. He didn't want to sound like Abraham Lincoln. He wanted to sound like the Arkansan, speaking to the folks that he grew up with. So our job was to lean a little bit in the other direction, to make him sound a little bit more presidential. And that was the kind of the tension that made his speeches good, because he would add, we never wrote in that vernacular. We wrote presidential addresses, and he would folksy them up to the extent that he thought that was necessary.
Interesting. So you got the folksy perspective in as well.
Yes.
Which probably made him more charming to a lot of people as well.
Absolutely. And he is has one of the finest political ears in the country.
What was the hardest thing about the job, Paul?
Keeping up with the pace. You were writing 2 or 3 of these a week, and sometimes they were large and required multiple revisions. But honestly, I can't complain. It was one of the greatest experiences anyone who makes his or her living with a pen can possibly have. And I felt privileged every day to go into that building and do that work.
And it's a 24/7 job, really, because the president's all over the world.
That's right. That's right. And, we all had, pagers on our belts that we kept by our beds at night. And it didn't happen too often to me that the pager would go off in the middle of the night, but you knew you were on the hook for that. And it was just a remarkable group of people.
In your opinion, who was the best speech giver, if you like, of the presidents, if you ever look back and looked at them?
Obviously Kennedy, obviously Reagan.
What was it about Reagan? Because, again, people often refer back to him.
Reagan was a remarkably good writer. And liberals at the time couldn't imagine it because they thought he was dumb.
Right.
But he understood his own philosophy, and he understood rhetoric. He had very good people working for him. And when we would write speeches for Bill Clinton, one of the things we would do was go back and look at previous presidents' speeches on that subject, be it the economy or education or whatever. And more often than not, we would steal from Ronald Reagan.
And Ronald Reagan was a big joke teller, too.
Fantastic joke teller. And Bill Clinton, I think, has to be in the pantheon of great speech givers. But because of that vernacular tendency of his, when you read the speeches that were given, they don't quite have the same lift. But at the time, they were extremely powerful.
So what you're saying is that if you read them on paper, they don't have the same impact because he delivered the words in such a way that when you actually saw them live, they were different.
He was almost allergic to highfalutin sounding phraseology. Ask not what your country can do for you. That just was not his style. He wanted to talk the way folks talked. And so the ideas were important, the rhetoric was brilliant, the examples were great, but you're not going to chisel them in marble the way you did Abraham Lincoln.
What were the best moments for you during that time?
My favorite moments were being there, seeing him give the State of the Union and waiting for my little couple of paragraphs to show up. I wrote a speech for him that he delivered on the state of democracy in Athens in 1999 that I'm still very proud of. And, you know, my heritage is Greek and I have family there. So I got to write the speech and then watch it right there in Greece with my family. That was pretty special.
Can you recall a favorite phrase that you put in one of your speeches that made it to the international airwaves?
I did have a phrase in that speech that, and it was written for the Greek audience. And it was something like, none of us can escape the weight of history, but neither should we feel imprisoned by it. And you know, my colleagues wanted the speech to be how we shouldn't worry about history. And I said, you're speaking to Greeks. Every time they turn the corner in Athens, there's the Parthenon. They cannot escape history, their history. So but they need not be imprisoned by it.
You didn't sneak in the beware of Trojans bearing gifts.
I did get one quote from Demosthenes. I was pleased with that, and Pericles.
You know, it's interesting because the way a president comes across, the words you write included, set the sort of the image of America for people. You know, people watch this and it's the charisma or it's the way the words come across. It is quite a big responsibility that way because you affect how the country, the USA, is seen.
Absolutely. In that speech that I was telling you about that President Clinton gave in Athens in 1999, the key point in the speech was him offering a non-apology apology from U.S. support for the Greek junta that took over Greece from 1967 to 1974, I believe. At that time, the Greeks were very angry at Bill Clinton and very angry at the United States because of our support for the fighting of the Serbs in Bosnia. When he offered those few sentences where he said America failed in its obligation to support democracy in Greece, you could see the polling in Greece shift dramatically in a matter of hours. And ever since that speech, you've seen a decrease in Greek anti-Americanism and greater support for the United States. That's the power of good rhetoric.
That's quite remarkable. And presumably also, when you do have to deal with subtle stuff like this, the difficult stuff, you have to be able to phrase it in such a way that a president can say it without perhaps giving an outright apology, for example.
Right.
Without having to commit themselves to a particular agenda or policy.
Correct. And that, you know, those lines in the speech had nothing to do with me. That was future Secretary of State Tony Blinken and several others in the administration carefully crafted that language so that it could not be said to have been an outright apology, but no Greek could miss the implication. And that is the art of diplomacy.
You know, Paul, it's funny, when I moved to the USA, when I left the BBC and joined CNN in 1993, one of the biggest shocks for me was moving from Britain, which, you know, had an empire, you know, the sun never set on, and coming to America and suddenly seeing the UK through the eyes of the outside world, in particular Americans, and it sounds terrible, but it sort of felt diminished. Britain, I was not living there anymore, no longer felt as important in the world. Now, I know you spent time as bureau chief in Berlin. You were covering the former Yugoslav war and so on. How did that change your perspective on how America was seen?
Well, it was almost the opposite. When I was reporting from Berlin, it was hard to sell stories about Europe to a U.S. audience because, again, this was the 90s. America was at maybe its peak of influence, and it felt, why should we listen at all to the outside world? And there was a certain sense, in Europe of a malaise. They had been unable to handle the war in Bosnia. The U.S. had to come in and more or less orchestrate the NATO involvement, which did in the end bring peace to the region. One, as a foreign correspondent at that point, got an almost sense of the vast superiority in power and prestige of the United States.
How have things changed in the 30 years since?
Well, you being, much more the globetrotter than I, you are in a better position to tell. I would be curious what you think. But, my sense is that the world still pays minute attention to what happens in the United States. And that there is still tremendous yearning in many parts of the world for the benign leadership that from time to time, at its best, the United States has provided.
You think that'll come around again?
Yes.
Let me ask you as a final thought, Paul, how do you think history will regard this time? Especially now since the second Trump presidency and how the world has kind of shifted under it.
Boy, that's such a hard question. None of us know the answer. That's for sure. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think I can make a plausible case that it will be. And that is, it was a time, Winston Churchill famously said, America will do the right thing after exhausting all other possibilities. Yeah. We're in the exhausting all other possibilities phase. Right. We're saying to ourselves, we can live without investing in our alliances. We can degrade our friendships. We can exploit the world and pay no price. We can gut the government, gut it of expertise, gut our universities, and pay no price. I think we're going to pay a price, and I think that might just change opinion for the better.
Well, Paul, let's make sure we come back and talk again about
I'd love to. Let's see if I'm right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Paul Glastris, the editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly and very much a DC insider, giving us a view through his lens on the US and its current policies. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed. And the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient. with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the Center of Government and Administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
so sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Talking about iconic locations, I know the film was shot in Abu Dhabi and also in Wadi Rum in Jordan. Where did you get to go and what did you think?
We were in Wadi Rum together in Aqaba. It was just, you're pinching yourself too. Most importantly for the acting, it helps a lot that your environment is informing it.
Which we were very much
We were in it.
in it.
We were like getting the sand
There's no
off.
light. He used natural light.
Yeah, you're right. There was no, I don't think we shot one thing in Jordan that had any sort of artificial light. So that was it was thrilling, and then
Immersive.
it was immersive. And then Abu Dhabi was incredible too because I just never been to a part of the world that's so hot consistently. And you leave your hotel room at 3 a.m. and it's 110 degrees.
Right. How much are you usually aware of the fan expectations? I mean, it's obviously there, but does it influence you in many ways?
I mean, it's a bit of a catch-22. I mean, it adds excitement to the process of making the film, but it also adds pressure. And yeah, like I said, it was very exciting and fun to be on set and know all of the secrets, but it also was very pressurizing because we knew that we needed to deliver on quite a high level.
I think animation is pretty cool as well because it's very freeing. You're not self-conscious of the acting, you're just conscious of the voice acting. It's difficult, but it's also freeing. I find it freeing. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's weird because I did a lot of it. I was pretty much by myself, I'm I was in a room in my home and everything was kind of virtual. So I didn't get to kind of see everybody in person and have that interaction that you would normally get. And there's always that awkward version where they have to do all the sounds, right? All the sounds that she makes. So it's if she's screaming because she just, did some crazy whatever, it's me alone in a room, just by myself, just going, which, although feels super awkward at first, then probably later it's I think I needed that,
Ew, Dad. Ooh, Mama light.
Who's making this stuff?
Not me!
Whoa! Shrek 5.
Was it a little bit more daunting to do the follow-up to Talk to Me just because of the runaway success of the first one, and there's just a little bit more responsibility when it's successful before?
Yeah, 100%. It was way more stressful, way more pressure. We still feel that pressure because the movie hasn't come out
It
just
hasn't
yet.
come out yet. And the biggest pressure is letting either A24 or Sally Hawkins down because they both trusted us so much and we feel very inferior to them.
It's that thing is, no one expected anything from Talk to Me. So now that, you have this pre-established, these eyes on you and this expectations, it gives it way more pressure.
This is their new sister and brother, Oliver. Oliver lost his family just like you guys. Needed someone that could give him special care.
We're on set. Do you scare the actors? Do you scare yourself? Is there an atmosphere where, it's inherent to the film? What is the atmosphere like on set? Is it funny and goofy or is it scary?
It's never scary, and it's mostly a fun time, but there's times when there's serious scenes happening in terms of conversations between people, and you need to let the actors have that space, and you can't be jumping around when they're trying to hit beats emotionally. But as soon as those scenes are done and we know we've got it, we do a joke take at the end of it to pull everybody out of that wallowing misery.
I love wallowing misery. That should be the title of the third one.
Yeah. I'd watch it.
Like exactly the tone we want to have.
Listen, I've got to tell you a secret. It's like a little angel. It's a beautiful angel.
I do believe that that even, you know, in the horror genre, even in the most, you know, fantasy elements of the horror genre, there's always like the human elements. And for that, how important is it to find the right actors for those types of roles? Because they need to render that kind of emotion.
You just need to find people that you know are right. And like for the younger actors, you know from their audition tapes, when you see them, you know that they're that character. It hits straight away. And then there's performers like Sally Hawkins. You can just picture them embodying anything. And like once I start getting obsessed with an actor, or like looking at their filmography, I can't let the idea go of casting them. And the same with Miranda Otto with our last film, and more so with this film with Sally.
It does beautiful things. Listen. Listen. Listen.
Obviously, your way of doing horror is very specific to you. How important is the emotion to you when you're filming?
It's part of making the characters human, and for you to care. You know, if you care about the characters, once you get to the horror, it'll hit that much harder if you're connecting with the characters in some way. And we wanted to show, you know, Laura is a broken human being. She's lost her sanity, but ultimately it's from love, you know. She's lost her mind. Yeah, we want you to kind of connect with characters even if you don't agree with what they're doing.
Some people believe the spirit stays in the body for months after death. It's working! We can bring her back.
State your name.
Ryland Grace, and I'm not an astronaut.
Is it better to be in an iconic film or have an iconic role?
I think film. You know, it's always better to be in a good movie.
Bat an eyelash.
We always joke when I interview you that you don't like simple roles. Everything has to be very energy consuming. Was that a whole other level of energy consumption because it's so full on?
This was a huge adrenaline dump. Yeah. I mean, I actually needed to take a year off after this. I did 3 films in a row, but this was the culmination of all, and that was because we had we really had artistic freedom on this film. You know, it allowed us to push the envelope every day, and we were constantly improvising, and it was fueled with energy, this whole experience.
Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it! Viva la revolution!
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Whew! It is very good to be back.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it?
You think it's a little bit the same for illusionists as actors? You know, you're kind of born with the talent of being an actor. It feels inherent to you.
I was a very slow learner, and I don't think my talent as an actor was inherent to anyone but somewhere inside me, you know?
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
I think you do know.
Together. People are afraid of people who know their worth and power because they want to control us. And if they can't, and if they know that we have a sense of self and that we have an awareness, and also that we have love and empathy and friendship and strength.
Yeah.
It's scary.
It's scary.
Yeah, they get scared.
Because the more we know ourselves, the more powerful we become.
Jessica Chastain!
What will you remember most about the experience of Interstellar?
What will I remember most? Well, it's incredible to be in a film that it forces you to use your brain and your heart. And the visuals are so incredible. I just can't wait for people to see them. There's a water sequence that just makes you hold your breath. It's so exciting and visually stunning.
count.
Where's the mountains?
It's a movie about several points of views on grief, not only her or his. It's how the family is dealing with it. Does it make it like a big ensemble, like everybody being together?
Oh, yeah. Those are my favorite kind of movies as an ensemble. And what I love so much about the film is, I think about the female voices we have in it. We have Viola Davis, we have Isabelle Huppert, Jess Weixler, like these incredible actresses. And I just got to be in Saints and watch them. It was amazing because every day I showed up for work, it was with another pro, another great who really taught me a lot. And yeah, everything seems so limitless.
It still is. You're the star of my life story.
Did celebrity change your life? Because obviously you've been a film actress for such a long time. You've been an actor for such a long time. How did celebrity change it? I mean, obviously more attention on you, but for you personally?
To be honest, I know this is going to sound crazy. My life hasn't changed so much. The beautiful thing is now I have a lot of options for films, which is really exciting to me because I'm an actress, because I love films and I love directors and writers and all that.
Those men that attacked you, they work for dangerous people.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect! Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
Is she serious?
Is he serious?
No.
Paul, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you, big fan. And congratulations on this. I mean, the character has legacy. You know, he is the son of an important character in the TV series. Tell us more.
I love the original movies, and I love that sense of humor where you can be silly, where you can surprise people, and have jokes come from out of nowhere. I mean, that's such a fun way to operate. And we haven't really seen it in a long time, so this was a really cool experiment to try to bring that back.
Absolutely. It does feel like we all need to laugh these days.
Yeah.
But the tone has to be right, especially for these slapstick films. The tone has to be the right recipe, the right dosage, doesn't it?
It's a very specific type of humor. I was telling somebody, you know, if comedy was rock and roll or something, it's like, this movie is reggae. Like, it's a very specific thing. Thankfully, we have the brilliant Akiva Schaffer directing the movie, and everyone from the editor to the studio to the cast. I felt like everyone understood the assignment and we were all making the same movie, you know?
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad.
Boy, do I miss you.
I just spoke to Akiva and he said that he wanted the most serious actors to come in and have like this very, film noir kind of atmosphere and then make it slapstick. Was that a fun exercise?
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought that too when I saw the cast that was being assembled, and I thought, wow, Danny Houston, Kevin Durand, like these are, in my opinion, these are like actors. CCH Pounder, like these are people that you believe what they're doing. So that is really smart to try to cast dramatically adept people, because then the comedy is more out of left field.
Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, that was awesome.
How did it feel, all of you guys, on set? I mean, obviously, with that kind of humor, there must have been a very light, feel.
It was a light feel. It was also, it could be heavy at times because I think we all felt the pressure of trying to make it right, trying to make it good. And that can be its own burdensome thing. But any day on a comedy, to me, is easier and more fun than a drama. Dramas can be very taxing and annoying and heavy on people, depending on what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, especially the ones you were involved in. I mean, they were heavy and taxing.
Right, yeah. Blackburn, Richard Jewell were
for the viewers as well, not only for you as an acting exercise.
Sorry about that, yeah.
No, they were quite the opposite.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom. I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It's a skill to be able to master, comedy and drama. That's what acting is all about. So how much do you enjoy being able to stretch it in all sorts of ways?
Yeah, that was always my dream. My dream was to do what I saw like Robin Williams and Jim Carrey do. Even a guy like Philip Seymour Hoffman or John C. Reilly, they get to play in all the different worlds. And selfishly, that's what I always wanted to do. So when I get to do a dark drama for TV and then do a superhero movie or a brilliant comedy that's the dream. I want to keep doing that however long I can.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
I'll find them. This is what I do. Says you served 20 years for man's laughter. You mean manslaughter? Must have been quite the joke.
Finally, what are you most looking forward for new fans to discover about the Naked Gun series?
More than anything, I really look forward to them seeing how funny Liam and Pam Anderson are. I think their chemistry is dynamite. I believe their relationship, but I love the crazy, broad comedy. And it just feels like it's something that I hope happens again. I hope there's a sequel or two, and I hope we get to see Liam and Pam again.
I do too.
We've upgraded your car with the most advanced crime-fighting tech.
Drive forward 30 feet. Pretty smooth.
Oh!
This place is falling apart. Once you kill a man for revenge, there's no going back. A voice in your head saying over and over, "That was awesome."
It's a pleasure to talk to the both of you. You are the duet we never knew we needed. So how did it feel to the both of you when you realized that there was that type of chemistry?
It was a lovely wake-up call for me. Not that I went into this thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'll do this, I'll do that. But it's just, I'd never met Pamela before. I'd done 4 movies now with Danny Houston, some of the crew I'd worked with before. But meeting Pamela was just, it was wonderful. I could tell we had a chemistry that was been nurtured, and it was like, I didn't want to analyze it around it. It was just, oh, this is going to work.
Over here, Lieutenant. I think someone murdered my brother.
Please, take a chair.
Thank you.
It's important that it worked because of the tone that is needed for those types of films. I mean, it's slapstick comedy, but you have to find the right dosage in a duet.
I think that the tenderness in the relationship, the sensitivity, the groundedness of the characters, I think, is a nice base, and then everything happens, but it's nice to see true chemistry. I think that helps, and to play it real.
Yeah, play it real, yeah.
And you, Frank, are the best of the best.
I need a bathroom.
I need this room immediately.
There's a line, man.
Police business.
It has all the premise of a very serious crime movie, and then it's the slapstick. How much fun is it to kind of turn it around like that?
Well, the script, the original script, was good, you know. Seth MacFarlane, Akiva Schaffer, his co-writers from this world of comedy, television, movies, you know. So we were in safe hands, you know. But yeah, it was important to have a through line of a story, you know. And especially in this day and age, these billionaires that are changing the world as we speak, or trying to. And Danny Houston's character is that mega rich guy who wants to change the world. So I think the storyline itself has a resonance that we could all see as an audience members, you know, say, oh, yeah, I kind of recognize this guy.
Who are you?
Driven. Detective Frank Driven. Thanks.
Police Squad has always been the elite of the elite.
Hi, Daddy. It's me, Frank Jr. Love you.
Hey, Dad. Boy, do I miss you.
Even though we haven't seen a Naked Gun film in nearly 30 years, it's very present. I mean, people know about it. What do you think makes it so enduring, those types of films?
I think it's just laugh after laugh, belly laugh. You know, there's comedies, and then there's these, you know, high comedies that are just so entertaining. Laughter is good medicine.
Yeah, it is.
We need it.
Especially these days.
Yeah.
They're going to shut down Police Squad if you do not solve this case. Do this by the book.
Show a little respect.
Why? Who's going to arrest me? Other cops?
Yes.
How much is LA a character in those types of films? Because of the homage to the, film noir. Again, although it's comedy, there's a lot of tributes to a lot of things.
Sure. And we shot it in Atlanta, Georgia, And we did... What then?
We did a little bit.
Yeah, we did a little bit in Los Angeles. Yeah, and it touches on noir,
Yes.
There's a little homage to that type of film, I thought Akiva did a wonderful job, really.
No, he did. It's very pleasant to watch.
Rest assured, I won't stop until I've found justice.
Finally, what makes Leslie Nielsen the actor he was?
Well, he was a tremendous actor in so many movies, usually as a heavy and a very serious police inspector or whatever, But when he was on that airplane, unforgettable, Don't call me Shirley. This is straight face. It changed his life, professional life.
I just loved those films, and I'm not really familiar with Leslie Nielsen's earlier work, but I knew he came from a dramatic background, which sounds familiar. It's nice to surprise people.
Yeah, and do a lot of things. That's what the acting exercise is all about.
Yeah, and sort of make fun of yourself too, in the process. Nobody messes with Police Squad.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple-peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is a cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it, to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambience of the place, and most especially obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport, and one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.